All right, here we are. Welcome, everybody. Aloha kahiaka from our studios in the slopes above Honolulu. I'm Kala'i Miller. Next to me, our man Micah Kalama in the studio. And we are excited to be bringing you live paddling action today. And although we are in Hawaii, we're bringing you probably the top, just the best canoe race probably on the planet, Micah. Hawaiki Nui from Tahiti. Tell us a little bit about what folks are going to be seeing today.
Oh man, today is going to be day one of a 3-day racing. Today we're going to see about a 28-mile race. Again, this is going to be a race start at Huahine all the way to Raiatea. Day one, just going to be an excellent race. I mean, like you said, this is it. This would be, if you could say, a Super Bowl of paddling. I think we can consider that.
For
Obviously,
sure.
we just came off of Molokai Hoi, which was incredible. And but here we are, Hawaiki Nui 2024.
So obviously Molokai Hoi is one of the big races here in Hawaii, the longest running. It's kind of been the big dog. It always seems that Queen Liliuokalani over on the Big Island continues to grow as well, having a lot of international participation. But really, when you focus globally on what's going on in paddling, to have the highest concentration of the most skilled outrigger athletes on the planet has to be Hawaiki Nui.
Absolutely. I think if you want to be competitive in that essence of paddling and taking it to a whole nother level, I think this is exactly where you go to. This is the marathon of paddling. So it's a 3-day event. It's not just one day and it's done. This is 3 days, and this is going to be incredible. So.
Yeah. It's like the World Cup, basically. We're watching the World Cup. There is not as much international participation, say as maybe Molokai Hoi or Queen Liliuokalani race. But really, when you look at the level of paddling across the field, juniors, seniors, our masters divisions, there's women racing as well here today. It is the pinnacle, really. It is the pinnacle of paddling here. And what's interesting is that it maybe hasn't had this international attention or the ability to be seen and enjoyed by a lot of our folks across the globe because it's in Tahiti and it's being broadcast in French.
Sure.
But today we've been able to partner with Tahiti Nui TV, and big mahalo out to them, maruru, to our gang over there that are sharing their broadcast with us, much like we've done in the past with other races like Queen Liliuokalani with them, or like the World Sprints earlier this year.
Absolutely.
We've developed this partnership with really what I would say is the nucleus of paddling globally in Tahiti. And we developed this partnership where we're sharing with them some international races that we have been covering here at Ocean Paddler. And TNTV has been now is sharing with us Hawaiki Nui Va'a, which really, like we've been talking about, is the big dog. And so a lot of what you're seeing is going to be us reacting to what we're seeing on TV, just like what you're saying. We have no control over any of these cuts and edits and cameras, only what's happening here in the studio. But it's going to be neat just to kind of give whatever commentary we can on what we're seeing on the screen. Now, really, Micah, you're kind of going to be our expert. You've been having the opportunity to go to Tahiti, participate in races there, develop some friendships and camaraderie of different paddlers there. And so you're going to be our in-studio expert as far as as much as you can, brother, as far as paddling in Tahiti and kind of translating a lot of that for all of us here in Hawaii. And it's neat to be able to kind of bring this not only to Hawaii, but to the English-speaking world. I'm looking forward to a lot of people from the mainland U.S., Canada, places like Australia and New Zealand joining us on our Facebook Live feed or on YouTube for those that you want to see it there, and really kind of being able to bring this experience of Hawaiki Nui to the English-speaking world. And in my hopes, dangling the bait in front of them, like, hey, you know what? Put together a team. You guys should go down there and participate.
Yep, they should. I mean, this is, like you said, it's the idea is to grow the sport, and right now bridging that gap and bringing this race to everyone live, whether it's in English or obviously from Tahiti in French. It's just an incredible opportunity for everyone to see and maybe exchange a little bit of that information so that way we can get more people to participate in Tahiti. So this is going to be a great opportunity to see what's happening live. We are probably about 20 minutes away from our race start. So we've got 20 minutes until we get our full race on its way. Currently right now we are going to be seeing a lot of the men. This is like the open men. It's referred to as the seniors, but the open men will be getting to the starting line. You see some of them just kind of warming up, getting out there. So.
Okay, so talk to us a little bit about today's race. Again, Hawaiki Nui is a 3-day race.
Yep.
Where your cumulative times are measured out, and whoever's got the overall fastest time is going to win. But there are 3 legs in a row.
Yep.
And today's leg is one of those that goes from one island to the next.
Yeah, it's going to be, so the first one is Huahine, starting on Huahine upwards on the north side, and then you're heading up to Raiatea. It's about 28 miles, translated 45 kilometers. But this is going to take about little over 3 hours. We're looking at about a 3 hour and 15, 3 hour 30. There is a little bit of conditions to be expected. It's a lot of the side wind type of action.
Okay.
Not so much surf, if you will, but it's just more of a kind of the little grueling, more power is needed in the canoe.
So the current and the wind is going to be coming from Ama side.
Yeah, it looks like it will be on the Ama side, a little bit more to the back of the tail of the canoe.
Okay.
But it's gonna be that's just a part of the challenge of this 3-day of race.
Okay.
And just to put it in perspective, right now there is about 30 or so open men team that's gonna be taking this race on, and you can put up to basically filling up the boat with only 6 people. There is no water changes or anything.
This is an
like
iron
that.
race.
Just an iron race.
Every day is iron.
Every day.
Okay.
And when you calculate the entire mileage, you're looking at 80 plus miles of paddling.
Wow.
And,
over 3 days, right?
Over 3 days.
But you can have up to 12 members on your team?
That's correct.
Okay.
So I think a lot of crews are maxing out at 12. I've seen some with just as minimum as 8 paddlers. So the fact that you're probably going to race all 3 legs if you're one of your more stronger, powerful paddlers. But what you will see is every team has a strategy or a type of because it's 3 days, they want to choose who they're going to race over these days.
And who they choose is going to be based upon distance, conditions, that kind of stuff. Right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you mentioned today, it's not going to be particularly ideal conditions from a paddler's perspective, coming off that kind of rear port or rear left quarter a little bit. Okay, but not the best. And today is the second longest of the 3 legs.
Yeah, that's
correct.
Second longest.
So it's the shorter leg is tomorrow,
right.
And they kind of race more so in the lagoon between Taha'a and Raiatea, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and then on the third day they go from Raiatea to.
So it'll be Taha to Bora Bora.
To Bora Bora, okay,
Yeah.
where they finish the third day,
Right.
the big celebration, and that would be the longest leg.
Yeah, it's going to be about a little over 4 hours for that one. So, I mean, it's just we're looking at a total time of anywhere between just a little over 10 hours of racing for the fastest times.
Within 3 days.
And, on average, if you take a spread of all of this, on average, it's going to be a little over 11 hours for all of these racers. So,
wow.
Clubs, it's a lot of time on the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's exciting, and it's but nothing like racing in Tahiti. It's beautiful. I mean, to go down there and to race in Tahiti is.
I mean, look at those conditions, folks. You can see it on your screen right now. There are some of the escort boats that are going. Every crew has a follow boat. Is that correct?
Yeah, they'll have a chase boat.
Okay.
Right.
And one of the things I always hear about Hawaiki Nui is how many boats there are surrounding this race along the whole course, especially on day 2, and we'll see that tomorrow.
Right. We'll see it tomorrow. I mean, even day 3, chasing it all the way across the entire channel is incredible. But if you've never been down to Tahiti, man, it's amazing. The amount of support that Va'a gets in that place is just incredible.
Right. So, I mean, we liken it to, you go to someplace like a smaller town like Kona during Queen Liliuokalani race. And, it's busy. That's the big thing going on there, but life continues on.
Sure.
You do Molokai Hoi. You arrive in Waikiki. Unfortunately, really, maybe 10% of the tourists really are paying attention to what's going on. So in Tahiti, when it is Hawaiki Nui Va'a, the country stops.
Oh, absolutely.
The whole country stops. Everybody is paying attention to this. And particularly in the areas where the race is happening, people travel there by boat and they're, just enjoying the festivities. It is like big goings on, man. It's like a ho'olaulea on a scale that we don't experience here in our modern American lives, right?
Right. No, and that's exactly it. I mean, it's a whole new level, new level for
All right.
paddlers.
We're gonna see that, and I'm looking forward to it. But real quick, we're gonna head off to a commercial break, and we will be right back with our live coverage of Hawaiki Nui Va'a 2024. I'm Kala'i Miller, Micah Kalama, Ocean Paddler TV. We'll be right back. Around the world and in every type of water, the Are Tahiti Matahina is at the front of the pack. Get yours at shopoutrigger.com. Zone Media is proud to be celebrating 20 years of Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, Hawaii's leading action sports program. 10 years of Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to perpetuating the sport and culture of paddling. Our groundbreaking and cutting-edge live broadcasts have made paddling and surfing spectator sports, showcasing Hawaii's heritage to the rest of the world. Zone Media is the world's leader in Hawaii-based action programming. Let us help you grow your business or sporting event. If you love the water, you'll love Outrigger Paddling. The absolute thrill of paddling a canoe, connecting with nature, the community of a canoe club, getting fitter, stronger, and happier. Find out why more and more people are enjoying traditional rudderless canoes. Go to areoutriggerworld.com and we'll help you get started. All right, we're back. Welcome back to the studio here in Honolulu. Again, we are bringing you live coverage of Hawaiki Nui Va'a 2024 from right here in Hawaii. They are sending their signal over to us, and we're doing our best to commentate and bring you information about what we're seeing. And so, Micah, it looks like our Va'a are lining up there.
Yeah, so currently right now we've got everyone. There's like a setting phase that we go through. So the first 15 minutes prior to the race, we're going to be doing some setup and staging. So all canoes are going to be making their way to the starting line. You'll see a lot of the escort boats and the chase boats all sit back, and we're going to get started very shortly. We've got less than maybe 10 minutes until go time.
So you were showing me a printout earlier, and they're very organized. Like they give like exact times of, hey, you need to show up in the staging area at this time. Within 5 minutes, you go to that closer staging area. You are on the line 2 minutes prior with a black flag.
Right.
And at this time, it starts. And I asked you about, how do they hold the line? And you said they don't. They just, there's no creeping.
Yeah, they stay. I mean, it's really because, there's a lot of respect on the water. Of course, there's a lot of antsiness and getting ready to go. A lot of times there's typically a lot of beach starts, a lot of times where they're doing Le Mans starts where you got one person out and, jump back, their steersman gets in and goes. But realistically, right now, depending on where the starting points are and the conditions, etc. But also there is penalties, that you can get an infraction if you do something like that.
Yeah,
so.
And they will be levied for sure. So let's talk about what kind of international participation we're seeing, especially from our gang right here in Hawaii. I was very impressed to see like 4 women's crews from Hawaii.
Yeah, there was 4 women's crews, but it's great. And in the men's side, there's 1 men's crew and 1 crew from Japan.
Oh,
so
cool.
We're going to see 2 international teams, but as you can see, we're getting ready to go. There's actually,
there's your black flag.
Right. So
2 minutes.
we've basically got a 2 minute getting ready to start. So I believe
This is not the open, right?
it shouldn't be 7:40 is the start for the open. Right now we have the vets. This is going to be your men's 40s and 50. So the men's 40s and 50 are actually taking off 10 minutes, I believe, prior to the start. So
Yep, and there they go.
yeah, so this is going to be the men's 40 and right there, as you can see on screen, it's just the veterans 40/50. So they're starting the race right here, and there you've seen it. They were just staged on the line, no creeping. Just once the flag went green, they were gone.
Wow, look at that water, Micah. It is what a beautiful day in Tahiti. Oh my goodness.
I mean, this is it.
But you can see already with the swell direction coming a little bit off of that rear port quarter. Nice. And as people will notice here, all of these are what we would call unlimited, right? Is there any type of real spec that they have to adhere to for this race?
Yeah, so just like any canoe race, every canoe needs to be weighed and measured. And right now, basically, 300 pounds is the fighting weight for most of these unlimited canoes.
Is that a requirement? So
It's a requirement.
Oh, okay.
They must meet the requirements. So they're all weighed. And
Okay.
if they're obviously like how we have in Hawaii, if it's not up to what we call spec, we need to make sure there's weight inside and things like that. So there is adjustments that need to be made.
Okay.
But right here on screen, your men's 40 and 50 have just started, and right after this, we'll see our open men or seniors start shortly, and that's the big race. But right here is just as big. These are still elite paddlers.
Oh,
here.
yeah.
And it's incredible to watch because they're the ones that set the foreground to the ones that are going to be racing, in about 10 minutes. So there's a lot of respect here for a lot of these men that are racing and continue to, pursue paddling.
Beautiful conditions. Very, you saw them get a little bit of a start there. Now they're kind of stretching out. Very controlled paddling. But again, like when you think of unlimited in Hawaii or other places, it's really unlimited weight.
Yep.
We talked about 150-pound canoes in one of our last races, but it seems that Tahitians kind of always believe that 300 is a sweet spot, right?
Yeah, I think they've figured out that for them and that the weight definitely makes a difference in momentum and paddling and control, and obviously with the design. Currently, I think in Tahiti, I believe there's about 3 widely used unlimited canoes. The Matahina,
Of course, made by Ade, right?
And the Matahina is probably the most sought after, and it's definitely become the boat that's been dominating quite recently over this last few decades. And then also you have Huahine will be paddling the whale. That's also same. It's built by a talk, and then you've got the Phi Va'a. So definitely a few different types of unlimiteds. I know there's other ones that I paddled down there that I couldn't tell you exactly who built it, but again, it's just
like strip plank one-off kind of.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, cool. Yeah, they're getting ready for the next start over here. This would be the open, and really you can see as these canoes are headed out the pass, it looks like, man, there's a lot of different boats just hanging around, checking it out, there to spectate what's going on.
And then just currently, if you're looking on your screen, up on the top left, it says Veteran 50, and you see a yellow timer. Right there is basically saying that we're 4 minutes into that race.
Okay.
That's going to be your Veterans 40s and 50s. In the red, you're going to see 6 minutes and 33 seconds. It's a countdown. So we're going to see the senior men, which is the open, and they're going to start in 6 minutes and 20 seconds. So if you guys are tuning in live Ocean Paddler TV, bringing to you what we're seeing in Tahiti currently. This is day one, Hawaiki Nui 2024. Man, this is what it's all about right here.
Man, some of these like 40s and 50s crews are solid looking. And so you kind of had mentioned earlier, Micah, about the women's and the juniors and the 60-plus men. They all race from a different location but with the same finish point. Is that correct?
That's going to be somewhat correct. I mean, we'll get a mapping, so there is a little bit different mileage for those races, and it's been incredible because they've been building the women teams quite a bit, and it's really impressive to see. These women they want to do day 3, they're trying to build it up, right? And just as we've seen with women in the Molokai, it's obviously becoming something that, is becoming a dominance in the VA community. But currently, we're about 5 minutes away from our start for the Open Seniors, but we have one Hawaii team, Kalai. Do you know if you have a list of maybe the names on there?
I just was able to dig that up, Micah. Glad we're on the same page here. And so in the women, we have four women's crews from Hawaii, which is incredible to me. In the men's, we have one. They're called Team Hawaii. Right now, they're being coached mostly by the 40 brothers. These are paddlers from all of the major 8 Hawaiian Islands. They kind of brought them together. They mostly picked them based upon their OC1 performances this year. So really all great paddlers in their own right. I don't know how much they've had a chance to really feel each other out.
Sure.
And we're going to see how smooth they look. I'm sure at the level these paddlers are at, they can easily adjust, right? They'll adjust themselves for it to look right. But I'm just going to go over the crew list really quick. James Walker Austin III, Jimmy Austin, as most people call him. Avamakoa Becerra, Daniel Chun from Big Island, James Fody and Nick Fody, of course, from over there in Lanikai Canoe Club, Rylan Hart, Tristan Okele Santos, as long as his brother Alfred Kikoa Santos. You also have Aaron Norris, Miles Orr, Ronaldo Moshao Pae, Chase Van Arnheim from the Big Island as well, and that was them. That last one is for somebody else. Yeah, so we're gonna head up real quick to a little interview package that the folks from TNT TV had sent us when they had a chance to catch up with this Hawaii crew. So here it is. Let's see these guys getting ready for today's race.
With the organization that has sponsored this crew, Team Hawaii, International Hawaiian Canoe Association, and up until the last 2 times we've come down, I've always been a paddler, and the benefits of their sponsorship, their generosity and all that, and now it's our turn to give back, and so we're taking the younger crews, the newer guys, and trying to impart our knowledge and enjoy all that Tahiti has to offer with these great races that you have down here, with especially Hawaiki Nui.
Great teammates, getting to know them even more and more. We got some from Lanikai, from all over of Hawaii, so we all know each other from paddling. Now we're just getting closer and closer, being a family.
We selected the team based on our OC1 off-season circuit rather than try to take one existing team. We've done what we have done in the past, and it's a conglomeration of a lot of the best performing paddlers in the OC1, and hoping it transfers well. You never know how these are going to go because we don't get a lot of practice time together. So sometimes the chemistry is there, sometimes the chemistry is not.
All right, thanks for that update, Coach, right there. So you can kind of see how where their crews are coming from, how they chose them, and kind of their preparations for the day. And so it's going to be interesting to see who they pick and put in that canoe, and we'll be kind of able to judge how they were choosing the crew for today. So it's kind of neat. We got some GoPro on some of these crews, and you see there's like no creep. Nobody's even moving. They're just paddles up,
You see a backpedaling,
cruising.
just sitting on the line
Yeah.
and making sure they don't pass. Again, there's a black flag up, meaning we got less than 2 minutes till we go live for these gentlemen here. This is going to be a senior. This is it. This is the big race right here.
All right, getting ready.
All right, so there you see the countdowns. For those of you that have been following, the veterans, 40s and 50s, have been about 10 minutes into the race. Right now, this is it. This is the start of day one. So right here, we're going to see how all of these crews fare. As you can see, this is the starting line. You can see there's 2 buoys on either end. They're just trying to fit them in. And there we go. It looks like they're getting ready to go. They have started. They started about 30 seconds early, which is like anything. 2 minutes on the line. They don't want to hold it. It's good. It's set. Let's go.
Yeah. No, and I think that's really at the discretion of the officials at the line there. But my goodness, look at the clarity of the water on the inside there.
Yeah, and then
wow.
Right now that water is that's it. That's what makes you want to paddle in Tahiti. I'm telling you, it's the water, but it's also the people and the atmosphere there. On screen, we saw our defending champions there. That was Team OPT that we saw on the starting line. Something really cool this year is we're going to see a lot of GoPro footage. There's been GoPros fixed to certain canoes, and it looks like they might be able to filter in and out. So we're going to get some up close and personal, and we're going to get to see some live action right off the boat.
I'm curious how they're sending that GoPro signal to the live feed. That's amazing. And look at on the inside there. Somebody is out of the blocks quick. Michael, who are some of the crews that we're going to be looking at today? Let's start. Who's our defending champion from last year?
So the defending champion is right here. It looks like Team OPT is on your screen. As you can see, that was some GoPro footage on there. But OPT was the overall winner of last year's Hawaiki Nui. And, it was, incredible battles throughout the 3 days. Obviously, we've seen a powerhouse Shell up there as well. So some teams to look for. OPT, Air Tahiti is going to be a team that's been doing extremely well over this past couple of years, as well as you got Huahine. Huahine had amazing starts and amazing finishes. And, Huahine takes a lot of pride in, obviously, location, where they're from. And we're going to see, all of these crews are incredible. But I would say the top 6 that we've always been kind of targeting is Enviropol has a really strong team as well.
Which is, and you point out something interesting about that Enviropol team this year.
I saw Pat Dolan's name on that, and I was just
pretty cool.
Amazing.
Enviropol hired up one of Hawaii's best paddlers there and allowed him to come with them. So what an honor for Pat Dolan. Good luck out there, man. I'm sure it's going to be a great race for him. But you can see these paddlers on screen kind of settling in there. That looks like Shelva'a might be out there in the lead a little bit. So some of the crews we're really going to be focusing on, as I'm sure this TNT TV broadcast is going to be focusing on as well, is going to be guys like Shelva'a, OPT, EDT, Team Air Tahiti Nui, Enviropol. And you know what's neat about that Huahine crew is a lot of these teams aren't necessarily representing, a lot of these top teams aren't necessarily representing a geographic location, right? They're not like a hometown team made up of guys that live there. And so Huahine, pretty much those guys live on that island. They paddle there. And whereas a lot of these other crews like OPT, EDT, Shell, they have a major sponsor, and they're all based out of Tahiti proper, which is like their main island where the majority of the population lives.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I did see on Huahine, if you look at the list, only one off name that I seen Manuteo Mion on that team. I know he's paddled for other various clubs, but I know he has a really good relationship with, I believe, Kevin and them to travel and do a lot of U1 racing and clinics together. And, just incredible to see the amount of talent that comes out of, every part of Tahiti, no matter what part of the islands they're on or what island they're from. But right here, just on screen, as we can see, we're, again, just a few minutes into the race, and we're talking close to, just on the under of 30 miles right now. So when we're looking at 30 miles, we really need to see how these crews are going to respond because it really matters. Time is really what counts. So when we accumulate all the times, the fastest time obviously accumulated, the lowest hours is going to win.
Yeah, and consistency, being able to put together a solid crew 3 days in a row
Right.
is definitely going to be an issue here. And as you mentioned, some of these crews have as many as 12, which is going to afford them the opportunity to have a little more depth in their crew, depending on what day they want to. They could have a guy that paddles day 1 and rests till day 3, or they have a guy that he's only paddling one leg of the race. And so he can give his all on that day and not
Right.
worry about things like recovery
Sure.
or endurance or anything that might occur to get him having less than an optimal performance on a subsequent day.
Yeah, so just currently right here, as we're looking and we're watching these crews make their way inside of this lagoon as they travel out going towards Raiatea, we're going to see a lot of power in here. And I think just the idea of, the mileage, you're going to want your stronger paddlers in this race. It's not a sprint. Compared to day 2 is referred to as the sprint day. So right now we've got that mediocre balance. We've got a little
mid distance.
Exactly, and we've got incredible talent on the water, and these teams are prepared for this race for this whole year now. And it started off obviously with the V1 season for all of these paddlers and how they selected their crews with Te Aito and Super Aito, and obviously newer races that have been created along the way, and just Save Va'a as well, pushing every person to be the best paddler that they can be using the V1 as a tool. So I'm curious to see how it will pay off for Team Hawaii, because a lot of us in Hawaii do navigate on the OC1 side. So as we heard earlier, Team Hawaii is here and they are representing the international paddlers, if you will, against a lot of these Tahitian groups, as well as a team from Japan, might I add.
Right.
And I'm pretty excited to see how they do.
Well, I think when you look at the type of paddling we have happening right here, bigger, more powerful paddlers that you would choose from your team, right? So this is kind of some of your bigger guys here. And this is the type of stroke where you're going to want to let these guys work. They got a long day ahead of them at this point. So it's a very comfortable, it's a very long, deep, lot of body kind of stroke. Now, in my mind, that's the kind of paddling you would want in a V1, because the V1 runs a lot better than, let's say, an OC1, and that's the kind of like longer, smoother paddling. And of course, as we just saw there, these guys can pick it up at a moment's notice. But just having that ability to get a bigger, fuller stroke and develop a feel in your paddling that comes from the V1, you can definitely see it here. And it's interesting, a lot of the technique in these crews is much more similar than you would see in other races that I've witnessed. It looks like they all could blend with each other in any crew. Their stroke is real similar.
Yeah, they definitely, we're watching some, incredible paddlers go out on the water. Currently on your screen, we see in this Greek canoe, you've seen very similar strokes. Like you said, it all looks very identical. And I think a lot of that is props to the V1, the rudderless one man. And then obviously training in the Matahina. It's a different, there's a different feeling in a Matahina than there is, say, in a Bradley canoe or a Mirage. And it's a little bit more of a, I would say, as you can see on screen, a little bit more controlled in the water, not so forceful. A little bit more, it looks a lot more finessed in there.
A long, smooth pull.
Yep. And, like we said, it's going to be about a little over 3 hours today. We're going to see a long race, so you need to find times where you change the gear maybe here or there. And I'm curious to see the strategy for some of these teams.
These guys are changing the gear right here. Look at that. They're still keeping it way up front.
Yeah,
Maybe they're feeling a little something here in the water.
yeah, you can see them just attacking some of those changes maybe and just trying to get that little bit extra on whatever bump or whatever current's running on the inside, maybe even some of that reef run. But just we're going to see a really good battle for the first part of this race. And obviously throughout the 3 hours, we're going to see the separation probably within, I would say, the first give or take maybe 40 minutes. We'll start seeing maybe the top pack and seeing who we're going to start talking about. Looks like maybe out front.
In the green there.
Could be Huahine. Usually they're the only ones that I know right off front that does have a pure green like that type of color. So I think it's going to be one of those incredible races to see. They had a great year last year for Hawaiki Nui, as well as, almost a podium, almost making it to the podium.
And as I recollect, having had the opportunity to hang out with Manutea Owen, they're a fairly small club. Like, they don't have big membership there.
Right. Yeah, so hanging out with Manutea as well when I went up to race in Bora Bora, I got the experience to just kind of sit down and talk story and, just hear him speak. And it was incredible because he translated everything about the Va'a into life. And, every word that they use from what he tries to exemplify is, the Va'a is the life. So when he talks about, just in general, he's literally just talking all about canoe and he's translating it into his life. And he said that's what they take a lot of pride from Huahine and, just representing where they're from and carrying that tradition and knowledge is key, he feels. And so it was really cool. We have an interview that we have, and maybe we'll be able to show that a little bit later. But that was, some great stuff.
Yeah, it's very poetic the way that they approach almost everything that they do, and that's a very Polynesian thing. It's almost like listening to a Hawaiian talk about kalo, and how the kalo is the man, and the parts that come off are the huli is the children. They liken parts of their life and their surroundings to their everyday experiences as a human being, and so it's amazing how they kind of make it all relate to each other. But it's a little bit of traffic here going around that buoy. Looks like there's a little bit of conflict or bumps, but there's a certain point where it's not worth trying to fight with other crews as you round the buoy like that. You're just going to get snarled up and get frustrated paddlers. It's a time to just relax. There's a lot of yardage out in front of you right here, so just get around the buoy cleanly and let the open ocean paddling do your talking. So here they are. They're coming out of the lagoon there, and it looks like they are now headed across the channel as they come out of this pass, headed across the channel to the next island and the finish line.
Yeah, so the very beginning of this race, the first give or take 10 minutes, it's all inside, so it's very spectator friendly on the inside, and then after that it's just moving to the next island. So
that's the wharf at Huahine right there, right?
Yeah.
And so I've been there, you've been there. There's a little marché, a little market right there on the right. You can see under those trees where you could buy lunch and stuff like that. But you can see, that's quite a few people, not a lot by ours, but that's probably half the town.
Oh man, that's everybody, and of course just family, friends watching, their dad, brother, uncles, just go and take on this course here on the inside. But
yeah, little restaurant around the corner there. I got to have a meal there one day.
Yeah, for those of you that were watching earlier on screen, we saw Kevin, CJ, one of the most winning champions, obviously in the V1, and really, setting his dominance in Te Aito as well as Super Aito, and just, talking a little bit about his crew, and obviously, having someone like that on your team is, one, inspiring, two, puts a lot of motivation within the crew to do the best they can. And, they train hard and they train every day, not just, just here or there. They train every day. And whether it's on the water or off the water.
And so that is, again, like you were mentioning, he's from that's Kevin Saran Jerusalemi. They call him CJ, but he's from Team Huahine.
Yeah, and then he's currently not racing this first leg from what we were told. There's, again, it's all about choosing your team. I'm sure he's going to be in the second and third leg, as that's that's going to be something to see in the little bit in the future of his racing. And with him in the canoe, it's a big difference. And I'm trying to see on the outside of Huahine right there, if it looks like it could be Enviropool, but I'm waiting to see the number. I can't really make out the number on the inside. It's a little bit far. And of course, Shell, just sticking with it,
Right
not
there in
letting
yellow, right,
anybody
Shell?
run away. And Shell is easy to find. They got the
Well, they're always
Shell
near the
logo,
front.
and a nice yellow canoe there. And right here is the settle. They're just gonna settle going out, and you can see just a real clean, smooth style. Yeah, so this is, again, we'll give you guys some of the names and the updates as we get more information of these crews. But right there we see Shell, Huahine, and waiting to get that official on that blue canoe on the outside.
Yeah, so this Huahine team, they have 10 members for this race. And so they got 6 in today. The other 4 kind of reserved for the following days.
And then right here, for those of you that are paying attention to our screen, you can see that they started inside of the lagoon and they're heading out of the pass. So right now they're at about 3.7 kilometers. That's, just less than 15 minutes. And after this, they're talking about the types of courses that they're taking. You can either go inside towards Taha, right side, or you can go just point to point, which is that middle, or you can go towards the left of Opoa. So you right now you're going to see the separation as we get out into this channel, and it's interesting.
I just can't get over the water, man. Look how gorgeous it is. What a, idyllic, classic Tahitian day. And look at the number of boats. And remember, these boats are all just follow chase boats, maybe coaches, maybe spectators. But again, there are no changes in today's race. It is an iron race. Each day of the 3 is an iron race. And so, really, I think that boat you're seeing, the power boat on the bottom right with the green flags, they're just trying to keep the canoes off of that inside pass there. That's where there's a little bit of a wave that breaks, and make sure that everybody kind of stays out of there. But, man, what a beautiful, beautiful day. And already there seems to be a little bit of a separation happening here.
Yep.
What's happening there in the 3rd, 4th place? Looks like they're getting pushed over.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yep.
A little bit going on. There looks like some bumping and some pushing happening.
Yep. And currently, so we're watching, again, day 1, Hawaiki Nui 2024. And we got 42 canoes here in this race and in this senior open race. So just really excited to see as they make their way through this channel, which direction they take, whether they're just going to go direct, maybe move up a little bit, or go down a little. So it's just going to be interesting to see. But we're going to see the top 8 or 9 canoes. They're going to stick with each other for a while, and they're going to see who goes which way.
Well, you can definitely see already the difference in amount of texture in the water. They are outside of the lagoon now. Most of these Tahitian islands are ringed with protective barrier reefs, and they have a deep area in between those shallow reefs and the shoreline, and they're called the lagoons. And that's that area where people travel around the island and stuff. But periodically they have these passes or these deep water access channels like the one that this race just came out of, and that is where there's often could be a lot of currents on the edges where the reef picks up again. That's where some of the better surf breaks are often along these passes. But now that they are in open ocean, you can definitely see where there's wind, there's texture. Look at that red flag in the background. It looks like it's blowing offshore as we had expected, with conditions, wind and current probably as they get out around this point that you see in the background there, wind and current is going to be coming off of their port side.
Nous trouverons nos Japonais qui flottent sur l'eau entre Hawaii et Raiatea. On a hâte de découvrir un petit peu cette équipe. Voilà, on est parti du côté de Raiatea. Naya, c'est parti avec. On va voir maintenant les premières accélérations et les caps. Hein.
We have a cool drone coming overhead there, but what a great shot, great feed from our gang at Tahiti Nui Television. Mahalo for that. We're just coming up on 20 minutes into this race. And you can see it's bumped. Man, look at the front of those going up and down and having to work through. Oh, surfing a little bit.
Yeah.
I like it. There we go.
That's your defending champs right there, OPT, right in front of you on your screen. And, yeah, it looks like they're slightly behind the leaders pack, but, it's all a part of the strategy and the plan. But they look like they have taken a more outside approach as we exited the channel. So sometimes you just stick with that line and you just hold it because it looks like it's running. And you can see right now just great paddling, great surfing. And, man, I'm excited to see how they do this year.
Great graphics from TNT TV. You can see on the bottom there they have not only the team, where they're from, what race they're entered in, and all of the members of their team there.
À nos côtés sur le plateau de TNTV pour commenter toutes les dernières éditions de Hawaiki Nui. Et cette année, il relève un gros challenge en prenant, on va dire, le coaching des lauréats. C'est un challenge quand l'équipe a gagné d'aller.
Beautiful stuff there, again, from that OPT crew.
Il a aussi ramé pour cet équipage du Team OPT. Donc, Georges sera certainement avec ses rameurs durant toutes les 3 étapes. Et puis, on a pu le voir, donc Team OPT barré par Hitiroa Mazeng aujourd'hui. Hitiroa qui est un jeune exploit de Montréal qui rejoint cette équipe du Team OPT et puis qui a fait vainqueur 2 années de consécutives. Il a également à son palmarès donc la médaille de Hawaiki Nui. Et puis, ces champions également ont aussi participé donc aux sélections tahitiennes pour les championnats.
Allez, on va retrouver également Davidson Bennett qui va, avec Enia, remonter tranquillement. Davidson, les dernières pirogues viennent de passer la passe.
En effet, Olivier, on est en train de se placer pour aller sur le dernier équipage de ce groupe donc des.
I kind of talk and do same time. Yeah. So.
On essaie de les rattraper, on est quelque peu en arrière d'ici quelques secondes. Je pense que nous serons donc avec cette équipe de Shonan Outrigger Canoe Club qui a tenu cette année à participer au Hawaiki Nui 2024. Iroto matei me te whanau me tatou tēnei mohohua o tēnei pupu hope aroa. Iroto i te aneira o te mau piria tāne te pupu no te whenua tapo nei te tēroa mai iroto i tēnei whanhora nā tatou Shona Outrigger Canoe Club.
And then here we go. So right now, currently on screen, we're just watching the battle of what looks like our top inside pack, and just really excited to see how they do.
Is this the Hawaii guys?
We're gonna go ahead and take a look to
we
see.
Hear our speaker on the inside talking about Outrigger Canoe Club and some of these other guys. So this may be some of the gang from that's team number 411.
I believe that's Vinny Va'a.
Vinny Va'a.
Yeah, so Vinny Va'a, that's going to be obviously with none other than some of the Bernardino family, and we see the Maitere family in there as well. So and then Tehe family. So as you can see right there on your screen, that's boat number 411, Vinny Va'a, and obviously putting up a strong start here. And, man, these paddlers are just great, incredible paddlers. And you can see the difference already. As you mentioned earlier, Kalai, there's texture on the water. There's wind. There's a little bit
These
of
guys
current.
are surfing as well.
Oh, they're
It's
moving.
Nice. Yeah. And, great work coordinating between the paddlers and the steersmen. But I love seeing all these great Tahitian names and, of course, mixed in with all these French names and French surnames and stuff. It's really cool. And it's neat to see some of these, like you mentioned, families represented. And in some of these crews, they have 4 brothers and first cousins in the same family participating. And so that's really like their home club, their family club, you know?
Yeah, and it's it's just a lot of pride in there as well. And here we see on screen the district de Rurutu there. Just watching these paddlers right now on screen kind of gives you an idea of what type of pace they're holding. And again, we're 24 minutes in, and we've got about 3 hours to go. So just kind of watching the pack. We're just gonna see how most of these teams do. A lot of you that are tuning in, that are watching, and you want to bring a team down to Tahiti, I definitely recommend getting to know some of the paddlers as you enter some of your other events, such as maybe if you come to the Queen's Race, get to know some of the Tahitian paddlers that come down, and talk story with them and
build a network.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's really how most of these clubs do it, even in Hawaii, as far as maybe going down in, say, like the 90s when people started really trying to compete in Tahiti. My mom as well, when she went into Tahiti, this was in the 70s, and just starting building more relationships, over the time, as well as, people that just love paddling, and that's how you can start learning a little bit more maybe about the matahinas or the well or the
technique that they use down there.
Yep.
But it's still that little grouping of those 3 in the top that are kind of sticking together up there.
Yeah, so I think they've obviously picked the line that they're trying to run currently right now. We see these teams sticking with one another. Shell just obviously right up there with Huahine. And we'll get you the update on the other maybe 4 or 5 crews that we're going to end up following for most of the race. Obviously, currently what you're seeing on screen is brought to you live by TNT. So Tahiti Nui Television is bringing this live footage for you. We're able to stream it with our Ocean Paddler network here. And, man, it's just going to be a great race. As you can see right there on your screen, we can see a little bit of a cross. Looks like almost like a cross swell.
Yeah.
But really what we're seeing is a lot of the boat wake, upper left-hand side. And then we've got the current coming down. But we also have a little bit more of the tide potentially was pulling out. So we saw that little surf run coming out of the channel. And, just understanding all of that is a lot in the first, 20 minutes of racing.
Just kind of having an idea of where you're at and what the kind of conditions, just like how somebody that paddles a Hawaii Chiron, they would always know, okay, yeah, you want to be on the filling tide or a high tide coming in. So a little bit of local knowledge there.
Yeah.
But yeah, those top 3 crews are staying really tight, almost to the point where you would think that like the 3rd place crews looks like they're drafting off of Shell. Kind of like you would see during one-man races where they're trying to use that energy of the crew in front of them to pull them along.
Yeah. And
great aerial shot.
Look at that. Look at those colors, and that's such a beautiful shot of those canoes. And, man, what an incredible race we're seeing right now with 27 minutes in. We've got, some of our top teams that we've already talked about previously of who we were kind of expecting to see the battles with. I don't see OPT on the screen, which is, again, your defending champions. But right there we see Shell and Huahine, as you can see right there, neck to neck.
Oh, look at that graphic. TNT TV stepping it up. I love that neck to neck. I didn't know you spelled neck the same way in French.
But you can see right now, we see some surfing. Man, these steersmen's got their, little bit of their work cut out for them, making sure they hold the line. You can see them surfing right now. They're running a great, you can see the tide pulling straight out, and then you've got a little bit of that side chop from the wind in the opposite direction. But right there, Shell surfing their way out. Huahine just a good battle right here. And this is where we see time matters. So they know that, and they're going to try to create as much separation as they can early on.
It looks like Shell is beginning to pull away just by the smallest of margins, and there goes Huahine trying to answer with their own little surf run right there. But Shell had a great performance this year at Molokai Hoi.
Yeah, Shell had an unreal performance as they have had in the past. Obviously defending the
It is
title
amazing.
on Molokai and, basically 13 straight. And
Oh, here's the Japanese crew, Shonan Outrigger Canoe Club.
that is awesome. So I think that's who they were talking about earlier when they mentioned the Outrigger Canoe Club. But there you go, Shogun. So coming all the way from Japan, and that's it. We see paddling is obviously progressing throughout the world, but this is great to see. And we're watching them, definitely put on a great effort here, and we're going to see how they do overall. But right there on your screen, 833 Japan, Shoan Outrigger Canoe Club.
Looks like they got 10 members there that they brought from Japan, representing their country, their nation, their race really well here. And man, what is the logistics to be able to come from Japan to Tahiti? I know it's not super far, right? They're both Pacific Ocean countries, but it's one thing to come from a place like Hawaii or the mainland U.S. or Australia. Most people around the world default to English at some point, right? And man, when you're speaking Japanese and into a French Tahitian speaking, because they mix it up there, right? Especially in the Va'a community. So I give these guys credit, and they've probably done exactly like you mentioned earlier, Micah. They've created relationships and they've networked with other paddlers in Tahiti, and they've built relationships that allow them to facilitate the logistics of bringing a crew internationally to race, because it is a lot. They got to secure a VA for themselves. They need support crew. They need all kinds of stuff, because should one of these paddlers, let's say, bonk, are you able to exit the canoe and finish the race?
No. So, for example, last year we saw Shell on the third leg, experience a little bit of issues with some cramping, and obviously just the entire amount of the race, the length.
Mileage.
And the mileage. And, and it does. You could finish the race with, 4 people in the boat, 5 people in the boat, but you can't add anyone in.
Right.
But you can finish. And we've seen it last year. Okay. And Shell absolutely still coming in third overall with being down basically 2 paddlers at some point in the third leg on day 3.
So how about this? Is it legal so let's say you had a paddler that was cramping or bonked, they exit the canoe, right? So let's say you're paddling with 5.
Yep.
Are they able to come back in the canoe later in the race and finish?
Exactly what happened last time. We saw that happen with them. And right here,
Air Tahiti Nui.
On screen, we have Air Tahiti Nui right here having a great race as well. And I mean, just look at that. This is right here paddling. We see them all with hydration packs, and look at that rate. They are flying.
They are working hard. Wow. And that's what I love about these water level shots. Now think about just a couple of minutes ago when we were watching that drone shot. Beautiful. Gives you a good idea of where the canoes are all sussed out. But you don't really get a feel for the action in the canoe and how fast these guys are really going. But when you are at water level with a nice tight shot from the escort boat, or as we've done in the past here at Ocean Paddler, we put a cameraman in the water. You know, and he sits there just above the surface as the canoe is coming at him. You really get a feel for what's happening in the canoe. You get a great feel for how fast they are going. And as something relative, try look at how quick that motorboat behind them is moving. Look at how much movement in the flags based upon how quick that motorboat is moving. Gives you an idea of how fast these guys are making this canoe move.
Man, the right here, as we see on screen, we've got Air Tahiti Nui. They're flying. They're absolutely.
I saw what you did there, Micah. I saw what you did there. That was good. Air Tahiti Nui is flying. Yes, they are. Yeah. Jet propulsion, brother. I got you.
No, but I mean, even right now, like on screen, we're seeing an interview from Air Tahiti Nui there with the captains, and just incredible type of paddling that we get to witness. I mean, if you love Va'a, man, this this is incredible.
And I really recommend for some of our younger paddlers from Hawaii that are kind of up and coming, want to make the va'a a big part of their life, to go down there and experience how the Tahitians do it, because paddling for them exists on a real visceral level that you don't see quite as much here in Hawaii.
Yeah, I think I would say just over time, maybe we've in Hawaii especially, I think the culture is strong. It's definitely holding together, but you're right. If the younger generation doesn't start stepping up and actually, integrating that into their everyday life, va'a just becomes recreational at some point. But for, some of our paddling ohanas that are deeply rooted, whether it's canoe builders or absolutely just like the coaching side, or, even just being a part of it on maybe a intense level, but it's surface, such as, cooking for the club or doing fundraising for the club, because those are so important, as well as, not just being the paddler in the club. So, younger paddlers, if you're watching, start creating a lot of connections around the world, because also, if you're like me, you get to travel. You get to meet people, you get to travel and, try new foods and experience new culture, and then take that back with you and maybe really hone in on what Hawaii has to offer. And I think we did see some of that revitalization or revival. And, really what we saw in Molokai was incredible as well. We saw, a lot of the Hawaii teams start, getting back on the podium. And big hats off to the Wailea team.
Yes,
and
sir.
I just want to, just give a great shout out to them, because, right now we have half of them right now racing Hawaiki Nui, and still showing that there's a lot in us in Hawaii.
Oh, for sure.
And,
for sure.
And so, again, if you're a young gentleman or a young lady, get in the va'a and start, being on a visceral level.
And really, though, I think the Tahitians, it's something that they just grow up doing en masse. When you think about the percentage of the Tahitian population that live close to the water and have hours and hours of va'a experience growing up, in comparison, we Hawaii is part of America, and how you feel about that, it is, we're there's so many other elements that we could play other sports, we can do other stuff, but for in Tahiti, paddling is what they do, and that's why they're the best in the world. And being able to get down there as a paddler from Hawaii, or even as a Hawaiian paddler, and to see how closely they hold their culture, not only in their ohana, but how they merge that culture, the ohana and the va'a, as one. It's one thing. There is no separation. There is no striation of those things when it's in the cup. It is all one thing. But as we continue to bring you our coverage here of this amazing day one of Hawaiki Nui Va'a 2024, we're going to take a quick break to thank our sponsors and be right back, bringing you all the live action from right here on their way to Taha. Right here.
Of course, it's
We'll be
the
right
number one V6 we go to when we talk about the Matahina.
Maybe for him it's heavy, but for us it's very light, because in Tahiti we can increase the speed, The canoe is more adapt in a long distance.
When you are steering, it's like you are able to manage the steer easy. She change her way very easy. I feel very comfortable on the canoe, and I love the glide of that canoe.
It was awesome to see the Matahinas do so well. They glide super smoothly. It's like cutting butter.
Inside in the lagoon or outside and in the ocean, it's a canoe that can catch waves easily, be in every kind of conditions. This is the best canoe right now at this moment. Yeah.
For sure, the new Matahina is amazing.
Around the world and in every type of water, the Are Tahiti Matahina is at the front of the pack. Get yours at shopoutrigger.com. Zone Media is proud to be celebrating 20 years of Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, Hawaii's leading action sports program, 10 years of Ocean Paddler TV,
dedicated to perpetuating the sport and culture of paddling. Our groundbreaking and cutting-edge live broadcasts have made paddling and surfing spectator sports, showcasing Hawaii's heritage to the rest of the world. Zone Media is the world's leader in Hawaii-based action programming. Let us help you grow your business or sporting event.
Why do the top Tahitian paddlers prefer Timi Va'a? It's the way it cuts through the high surf, big bumps, and flat water. It's a V1 that's tons of fun, and it puts more paddlers on the podium. Timi Va'a, fast by design since 1968. Get yours at shopoutrigger.com. Hey, welcome back. We're here live in our studio on the slopes above Honolulu. We're bringing you, boy, it looks like the magic of the green screen. It was either this. Can you show them the other option? It was like purple. It was this or purple stars. I came in, I was like, what? That background is cool, but lame at the same time. So it was either this or like the purple galaxy of stars.
Yeah.
You're welcome. We picked this. This is one of the places that we shoot a lot of our Ocean Paddler episodes. You probably recognize the background. That's the view from Kahala Beach Park. And I think we just put it on loop. But a beautiful day here in Hawaii. And it is not Bora Bora. That is Kahala. But, hey, another tropical destination. But we're excited to be bringing you a live feed from Tahiti Nui Television, who we've partnered with and will continue to partner with going forward to bring you a lot of these races from Tahiti. And as the same, we are sending them some of our feed from races like the World Sprints and the World Distance races from Queen Liliuokalani and races like that. And so we're really trying to bridge this gap between Tahiti and the rest of the paddling world, which has mostly been like a distance and language barrier.
Yep.
But when we can bring you their feed, but with cool guys like us speaking in English, although the French and Tahitian mix sounds really cool to me, but we're able to kind of expose what's going on there in Tahiti and share with them what's going on around in the rest of the paddling world. And we begin to have awareness back and forth. And like we did, we talked about earlier, begin to grow the sport through the viewership angle.
Yep.
And be able to let them know what other paddlers are doing and encourage paddlers to go to Tahiti, encourage these Tahitian paddlers to come up to places like Hawaii and race. And so it's really cool, this new partnership that we have, and we hope it grows awareness and sharing and networking between all these paddlers and really being able to, I guess, kind of globalize the sport in a way. But you can be assured, Micah, as you've experienced, the Tahitians, they will share, but they won't tell you all the secrets. No way.
No, like my dad
You have to
says.
earn that.
My dad says, you just keep a few cards, hidden, and because you always have that edge on somebody because they're learning what you already forgot. But on screen, we saw Air Tahiti this last about 4 or 5 minutes, and Air Tahiti had an excellent year last year, taking second overall. But Air Tahiti is an incredible team, and they're definitely the team to look out for, as they're always going to be a top finisher. And on screen, we're seeing a good battle of both of these teams right there, as well as in the front. We have this crew as well. And I'm going to get you an update, but wanted to give a shout out in Air Tahiti. We've got the captain, Kyle Tarafao, who is definitely right now probably the most winning paddler in the V1 series. He's been winning just about everything, and a great captain, a good motivator and paddler, and he really definitely knows how to keep the crew together. And also, just with Manatea, who I've got to paddle with and hang out with, and he's come and raced Aloha Aito here in Hawaii, as well as Abel, a cousin of mine that paddles with Air Tahiti, who's also won the Aloha Aito here in Hawaii. So, like you said, the relationship with the Tahiti paddlers have definitely grown back and forth. So they're racing in Hawaii, and they're also inviting us to come down there as well.
Cool. So talk a little bit more about, while we watch this team from He'elani Va'a, can you talk a little bit more about the Aloha Aito when that's coming up?
Yeah, so the Aloha Aito is going to be, we are going to be Aloha Aito number 6. It's going to be a 2-day event. March 8th is a V1 and March 9th is a V6 or an unlimited event. So the Aloha Aito is is brought here by Christian Marston, a Kauaian and Tahitian in his own right. Obviously, he is one of the founders of the Aloha Aito, which was allowed to be hosted here in Hawaii and has now become a staple race for rudderless community, and it's definitely progressed. It would be on year 10, obviously, with the COVID hiatus. We are currently on year number 6, so yeah, that's going to be happening March 2025, and we're expecting probably roughly just over 300 plus paddlers. Again, it's just been growing, and everyone is starting to see the difference in the paddling, but as we see on screen, all of these Tahitian paddlers all V1.
Yeah, you'd be hard pressed to find a ruddered or a OC1 type canoe in Tahiti. And man, look at that water. It is a challenge to paddle rudderless. And here we go. They just picked up a little wave there. This is our He'elani gang here. Beautiful paddling by them. You can see they're kind of pulled off a little bit. There is definitely surf in this leg of the race today. Nice work from this crew.
Yeah, Heilani right there on screen. I mean, they were having a great race. They had a good start, and we've seen them just battling. And, obviously I haven't seen all the names of all of these clubs because they're all good.
Right.
We've seen Arue up on top. We've seen Pere up on top. We've seen Bora Bora up on top. So it just doesn't matter what Tahiti crew. You can't count out any of them. Obviously, there's a lot of fan favorites, and there's a lot of, I would say, clubs expected to do maybe well. But again, 3 days of racing, everyone can take a different line as you get into a channel, and you can see it's been spread out easily over a mile if you're looking on your upper right-hand screen there.
Yeah, and you could definitely see, like, from the texture on the water, it looks like they have that following sea. For them. We had imagined it was coming a little bit more from the port side, but it looks a lot more following.
Yeah,
which is nice.
Yeah, so you can see it depends on how it pulls out, but if you're watching on screen, you can kind of see the different lines and texture on the water.
Right.
And this drone footage is just what's made incredible. Look at that dark, deep blue water, and
they're definitely open ocean right now.
They are, as you can see outside. You can see the islands in the distance on the horizon there, and
that's where they're headed.
That's where they're headed.
Long, lot of yardage left to go still yet.
Yeah, so we're gonna see, probably the first crew within about 2 hours. We're gonna see them start coming in towards Raiatea, and we're gonna really try to see if they can maybe beat the record. I believe it's about 3 hours 11 minutes or so.
Okay, is the record for this first leg?
Yeah, for the first leg.
And you mentioned earlier, Micah, it's about 30 miles for those that are just kind of joining in with us.
Yep, I think it was a 28 point something, and I don't want to give out exactly because I can't tell you. If you take a different line, it might be a 30-mile race.
Right. So, again, for those of you that may just be kind of joining in here with us in the English-speaking world, Tahiti is about an hour ahead of Hawaii time.
Same time.
Okay, I thought that's why we're here so goddamn early this morning.
Yeah, same time.
Sorry,
we're lucky. We're all in the Pacific.
We're all on the same time.
But it just just outside of there, it changes for sure. Yeah. So if you go a little bit more south, you're going to change.
Okay, so same time as us, and a lot of you are just getting to work. You're having you're putting your Facebook feed up on your cubicle, or maybe you're driving to work. We don't encourage distracted driving, but we definitely encourage you to continue to watch this. But day one is roughly 30 miles. Hawaiki Nui Va'a here from Tahiti. There are 2 more days of racing following here, right? We're gonna have 2 more days. Tomorrow's a shorter day. It's about 18 miles.
Yeah, it's a little bit shorter. We're looking at just around that, and that's going to be a 2-hour race,
which is kind of like a Queen Liliuokalani race.
Yep.
Like that. Yeah,
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the last day is the long leg, and that's 30 plus. About how long is that one?
36, I believe.
36. Okay, that's a longer day of racing, and so every leg is iron. There are no changes allowed, but you could have up to 12 members of your team, and you can switch out personnel on different days. And so we're looking for a great piece of paddling here from all of these teams on day one, kind of setting the tone. And so it really has to do with what is your overall time after day 3. So every day's performance matters, no matter how short or how long the race is. And definitely want to say aloha to all our gang joining us out there on Facebook. We have a live broadcast going here from Ocean Paddlers Facebook page, as well as our YouTube. And then you can always find us on Adventure Zone Sports Network on your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire. Any feedback from our gang over there on Facebook? Any comments coming through?
I'm gonna go ahead and tune in into that, and then just to cover. I meant to let everyone know it's about 4.5 hours, and it's 36 into the pass, so it comes out just about 60 miles on that last day. So it's a long race. Again, that's a little over a 4-hour race, but just wanted to go ahead and let everyone know that. Definitely, if you're tuning in, we're going to try to cover as much of the race as we can based on what we see. But if you are going to give a shout out to any of the teams that you're watching, if you're watching on our Facebook Live or if you're on YouTube, let us know which team. I'm curious. I want to know what you think are going to be the top 5 finishers of day one. So if you guys have a top 5 finishers, go ahead and post it. Maybe we'll see if you're correct, but based on right now, we are 50 minutes in. We've got about 2.5 hours to go. Tell us who's going to be your top 5 picks, and we'll tell you right here in the studio who we think our top 5 is going to be.
Oh, wow, this is like fantasy football.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's all right. Everybody knows we got to eat too. We just got some cream cheese and bagels. We're doing some fancy breakfasts over here. We had a little bit of a pause in our feed from our folks at TNTV. I guess that's a long wire from Tahiti all the way to up here.
Yeah.
So, but an exciting day of racing, beautiful conditions, and let's talk strategy again about how and why a coach or a team captain might pick certain paddlers to be on leg one, and what kind of paddlers and why you're looking for day one.
Based on just watching a lot of the races and hearing a lot of the coaching, and just if you've watched this race, year after year, you start kind of getting an idea of what you might want in your canoe. Today is more of that power with a good amount of endurance. You probably don't want to put in your sprinters that are, used to the hour-half range or the 2-hour range. We're looking, again, 3 hours. So we've got, just about 30 miles of racing. And really with that, you just kind of have to choose a little bit more of that power endurance side. And
sure.
Just longevity in the water. You got to keep that boat running, but we did see a lot of different conditions. So we've seen some side wind, some surfing. So those are also benefits in the boat. So if you've got, paddlers that maybe have a good high rate on a day like this where there could be surf and running back out, maybe the rate. So you might put a good stroker in there that has a faster pace,
right.
Or maybe just a steady stroker who can hold, somewhat of a a good rate for the whole entire crew. So
a
it all
nice
depends.
big long stroke to let your bigger
Sure.
paddlers be able to get in there and do their work.
Right, and that's only for day one. Day two is also referred to as the sprint day. That's the day where it's just all out. I mean, for them, sprint, 2 hours, sure.
That's a sprint.
Yeah, it's a sprint. And then after that, you got your long day, and again, 4 hours on day three. And, that's just how it is. And it's you're going to be either in the first leg or in the second leg, or you're doing 1, 2, and 3, or you're doing, first and third or second and third. So there's strategy on every crew. And also, if you only have 9 paddlers, that also limits you versus some crews that are coming with 12, some that, maybe only have 10. So it all depends on your team and how comfortable you are.
But like you said, Micah, in a lot of ways, the level of fitness that these Tahitian paddlers bring to the table, to be able to paddle 2 of 3 days, with your maximal effort and be able to recover, I think, their fitness is amazing, and paddling is what they do.
Right.
And so it is certainly impressive when a team comes out here with maybe 8 paddlers and does the Hawaiki Nui.
Yep.
Because there are several of them that are doing all 3 days.
Yeah, there's definitely within these 40 teams here or so racing. There's definitely a bunch of guys that are doing the 3 days, and like you said, they're just conditioned to do this. I mean, they train every day. They paddle, 10, 12 miles a day. Sometimes doing weekend runs of 30 plus miles as is, and just overall their time in the canoe. And if you're new to Va'a, and you want the experience, maybe you'll get brought on. And a lot of newer paddlers I've seen maybe brought on do day 1 or maybe just the day 2, just to get a little bit more understanding of the race and what the body does and how it responds if you haven't done something on this level.
And it looks like on the right side of our screen there that the feed is back. We're running through some commercials there from our gang at TNT TV, and we're back in the water here with some of our live coverage of Hawaiki Nui Va'a 2024. Mike and I having a little convo over here about what kind of paddlers you want to pick, and when you have a 3-day race, of course, recovery is important, but being able to relax and stretch out and knowing really how and when to apply through your stroke throughout the course of a race so that you can really relax. Now, look at a lot of these. They are definitely applying when the time is there, but look how they relax in between, especially with those longer strokes.
Yeah, and then just right here, Pire Va'a, as some of you have watched and seen last year, this is going to be Stevie's team here on screen, and no stranger to paddling, and just want to go ahead and send our condolences to Kevin Kuder, who it's been a year since his passing, but just big shout out because these gentlemen right here from Pire are strong paddlers. They represent their hometown. We got even Hititua in there as well, and Hititua has won Aloha Aito in Hawaii, so big shout out to Hititua. Always looks out for me when I go to Tahiti or when he comes here, so just jaw love to all of them, and just seeing them on screen right here racing for their brothers, and just putting it all out there, because they also are going to be a team to watch, because they will be up in the top for sure.
They're getting a good surf run. Looks like they're dropping into a couple of little bumps here, and using what the ocean has got, you can really see how and when they're surfing based upon the effort and the rate with those strokes. And there goes your steersman, getting them in.
And it's just incredible watching these paddlers, because they're all feeling the exact same thing, but that steersman, just really holding a good line. A lot of surfing to be done right now, constantly, making adjustments in and out with the blade. Some of the interesting things about regulations and things that you see, we see full carbon blades here in Hawaii. Obviously, we're only limited, and paddling with a half-pound blade for 30 miles definitely can come in handy, but as far as maybe it holding out for the duration, if it's big swells, who knows? There's limitations to everything. But right here, as we see Pirei Va'a just having a good race here. Again, 1 hour in, so we're about 1/3 into the race here. And there you see on the boat, the chase boat there, just cheering them on, giving them some encouragement. I believe it could be their chase boat. It's hard to identify exactly whose. For those of you that are watching, have never been, and you've been out in the channel, it's pretty mayhem. I've been out in the channel there, and it's incredible to watch all of these canoes jet in and out, and all of these boats to maneuver around everybody. But it's important to have a chase boat just in case there is any issues.
Right.
Just a lot of race to be had.
Because definitely, things can happen in the midst of a race. You can have equipment failures. I know they have paddles strapped to their yako, but you can still lose paddles, break paddles. You can have hydration or medical issues with your paddlers, especially when you get to day 3. As you were mentioning earlier, last year, Shell Va'a had some real problems with some paddlers in their Va'a. Guys just getting overtaxed, and they land up cramping and needing to be pulled out of the canoe and given some medical attention to get them back up and performing. But, man, there's a lot that can go on. Beautiful paddling here from this crew. Who do we got? We'll try to get a number for you on that. But nice, calm, smooth paddling from this gang.
Yeah, so for those of you that are viewing, again, we don't have control of the camera angles or the footages that are being generated here on your screen. For us, mainly our goal is to, cover this as much as we can, giving you some of that inside look at each team. We do have a list of the team names as well as the paddlers within the vessel or in the canoe. And on top of that, it's just kind of bringing to you that live experience. For those of you that will go to Tahiti, to travel from one island to the other island is incredible. Most people will try to, jump on a catamaran or a ferry to get over, but some people will hire a catamaran and follow the entire race. And, that's what we were talking about earlier. The experience that you can get is unlike anywhere else in the world. It's just incredible.
Agreed.
And to pull up in a catamaran or come across on the ferry and eat at one island and meet friends there and then go to the other island and just follow the race, man,
it's a party.
You want to do it every time.
It's almost a better experience to just spectate because it is so fun. You got this big gig going on the whole way across. As you see brought up on your screen there, this is Taha'a Nui that we're watching right here. Taha'a is one of the islands that is going to be raced around and through in days 2 and 3 for this race. And these guys are having a great show.
Yeah, Taha'a is again. This is just another part of Tahiti. This is Taha'a Nui, the bigger part of Taha'a, and there's Taha'a Iti, which is the smaller island or the smaller area. So just for those of you that are looking, you see Nui means big, Iti means small.
So it looks to me like on the bottom right of the screen there, it looks like their placement from last year, 2023. I think you have, this is me not knowing French, but it would seem that that's days 1, 2, and 3.
Yep, exactly.
That's their
times.
time and their placing.
Yep.
Their placement on the far right. So for instance, day 1, they had 4 hours, 7 minutes and placed 37th. And there's General on the bottom, 11 hours and 30 minutes. That was their total time with their overall placing throughout Hawaiki Nui. So, good performance by this gang from Taha'a. But I like that TNT TV is not only focusing on, the top three canoes.
And that's it. They have a well done production. Unfortunately, there's a lot of times where camera work doesn't get it. I mean, for us at Ocean Paddler TV, we do our best to spread it throughout the entire course. We have, like you said, we've got cameras on all angles, front of the pack, middle of the pack, and back of the pack if we can. Here, as you can see, live on your screen, Tahiti Nui Television, just bringing everything.
Yeah. Yeah. It really is neat to see, them spending, as you said, as much time as they can all throughout the race. That is definitely evidence of a high quality production when you're not just focusing on the top couple crews. That means you have that many boats, that many cameras, that much connectivity between your different production teams, bringing it all together into the studio, switching that between the different cameras. It takes a lot, folks, and compared to some other coverages that you may have watched, especially recently, you see that when it takes a higher level of production to cover all of these different angles and all of these different crews. So definitely credit out to them. That's something that we strive for as well here at Ocean Paddler TV, and I could tell you firsthand, it is not easy to pull off. It's not easy to pull off for sure. But Michael, there is a Hawaii crew, as we had mentioned earlier. We had a interview earlier from one of the Foti brothers there, who is a kapena or a coach of that race, and so it's kind of neat. Let's talk about how they kind of melded together that team as we have a quick freeze in our coverage, our live coverage here from Tahiti.
Yeah, so just covering a little bit more about that Hawaii crew. Currently on screen we see Huahine, but we're going to just talk a little bit about the Team Hawaii, one of our outside of the international teams that are participating in Hawaiki Nui. They basically selected their team for the OC1 series that happened throughout the year, and they try to, as the OC1 season progressed, kind of pick the cream of the crop, if you will. And with
that's because the Fotis, they kind of run.
They do.
The Kanaka Ikaika.
They have a Kanaka Ikaika racing association that kind of allows a lot of different types of vessels, OC1, surf skis, but predominantly OC1. And with that, they kind of try to get as many of that top-tier OC1 paddlers onto one team, and I'd see how they would do this year. And, they're no strangers. The Fotis have been down here. They've actually been a part of the winning Hawaiki Nui team back in the past where they've placed, and, and that was, that's something, a task that obviously we want to see recreated at some point down here in Tahiti. But we do have, a small clip that we're going to show about some of the strategy that they use. So we're going to go to it shortly, Team Hawaii, and we're going to hear a little bit from them before they went to Tahiti.
Yes, a lot of miles, a lot of kilometers, a lot of good competition. So get out there, learn, do what we can, and keep going forward.
Well, we've got 11 paddlers, and so we're going to split up the crews. It's an evolution, so we have our plan, and so we're putting in the power and endurance guys combination in this first leg. And a lot of times you have the side wind and all that kind of stuff, and it's not as great as surfing. So we need this is my experience has been this is a physical race. The second leg, of course, is all out, almost a sprint kind of a thing, a 2-hour sprint. So we're reserving a little bit more of our power players for that race, and then the third leg, of course, the longest one, we're hoping to put in our smoothest and cleanest and highest endurance athletes for that.
The plan is to go out there, do what we can. I'm on day 2 of paddling, so day 1 they'll get it together, and then we'll regroup and then see what we got.
Yeah, there you have it. So that was Team Hawaii there. We got a good interview from them on some of their preparation, how they chose the team, some of the strategies, and just like that, a lot of the other clubs doing very similar things. But right there on screen, Huahine right there, again, surfing some of these bumps that are obviously coming in, and we're seeing some action on the water, and there's a lot of movement, a lot of texture. We talked about a little bit about that potential for that side wind, side type of swell, but looks like it's pretty much right behind them at this point. Probably the line that they've been able to take, but we've got Kevin CJ as well as Manuteo Mion in there, and a few others. This is Team Huahine having a good race. They were a part of the top of the pack. I'm not too sure exactly where they are in relations to everyone else, but currently this is for sure one of your leading canoes here, Huahine, and they had a great race last year, as well as coming in third place in a couple of the races, fourth overall last year. But we're gonna see obviously some great gear changes there, some water breaks, some surf, some everything. Again, Kalei, we've just entered about just over a third of the race, and man, we just seen some great surfing, some good paddling, and again, one of your top teams in the league here.
Man, they are smooth, Micah. I just love how they are changing gears, feeling the water, individually, but certainly as a team, and trying to make everything work for them here. It almost is kind of like it's like a opposite side Molokai Hoi, like opposite side Kaiwi Channel coming across. It's coming across the opposite side that you would see swells while you're doing like a Molokai Hoi, but they are working to use a little bit of that, and it's certainly a lot of effort on the steersman's part, trying to use whatever bumps are in the water, yet keep the canoe on course. Looking at the small package or the small picture right here in front of me, what can I surf with, and making sure that in the big picture I'm getting us in the most efficient course to the finish line.
Yeah, so exactly. And then right there we see Kevin steering Huahine. He'll be in all three legs. He's gonna steer every single one. We saw him on day 3, just unreal, tearing up the surf coming in towards Bora Bora. He had a great race with his crew. This year, we've seen a little bit of a change in the crew. Some different names in there, but for sure, they look like they're doing really well. I can't tell you exactly who's in the lead. We're waiting for maybe that pan-out view so we can kind of see who took what lines,
right,
whether they went out or in or took a direct line. But earlier, they were a part of that 3.
Yeah, the pack of 3, right? Yeah. With Shelva'a was one of them, right?
Yeah, that's correct. It was it looked like Huahine, Shell, and then one other canoe we didn't get to identify on. So we'll be able to see them. It could have been Arue, but it wasn't official, so we're just waiting for that, kind of trying to figure out the number on that one. But we just saw the interview with Hawaii, and I'm kind of curious to see where they are in this field right now. There's been some experienced paddlers in there, and the likes of obviously Chase Vonderheim, who paddled with Mataya the other year, and so they got top 10. So Chase has been a part of Hawaiki Nui, and has some experience, as well as Moi Hao, originally from Tahiti, lives in Hawaii now, and paddles with Lanikai. Has a lot of experience up here in Tahiti, can give a lot of good knowledge, as well as the Fodi brothers, who have been coming to Tahiti for decades now. But right here on screen, we're seeing some two different crews here, two different paddling styles. That's going to be boat 779. I wanted to say that was Ruruta, but I'm not too sure. But we'll sure get you an update.
That may be one of our
That's Fa'a right there. So that's going to be Team Fa'a. And I'm wondering if
that's a seniors.
Yeah, I think
crew.
so. That's
like a masters crew from Fa'a.
Yeah, she's going to be your 50s plus. It's going to be your 50s men, Team Fa'a right there on screen. And for those of you who have ever watched, Fa'a came to Molokai and absolutely dominated a few of those races in Molokai.
Mm-hmm.
In the likes of, some legendary names that came from that era.
They were that first gang of Tahitians that dominated for a while, and then there was a break where like Lani Kai came back and did their thing for a while, and now, of course, as everybody knows, it's been Shell the last several years, with a couple of small exceptions.
Yeah, I believe it's even in the likes of names of Puaniho who would come down, and anybody that watches or anything with Tahiti, that name will be synonymous forever in elite canoe paddler and canoe builder. And just a big shout out to Uncle Freddie Tautaha and his family, and condolences to Auntie Amelie as she has entered the gates of heaven. And just wanted to send out again, this is our connection with a lot of our paddlers and people across the world, but it all brings us together. And one thing is obviously the Va'a, but we share a lot of compassion to one another, and it really, really brings us all together to one place.
Mm-hmm.
So
for sure, Uncle Freddie's family are originally from Tautira up there. So condolences to them. Great. The nicest people, man.
Just
Uncle Freddie's so cool.
The sweetest auntie ever.
Yeah.
Tell you straight though.
Yep, that's the truth.
But there you go. We see Fa'a on screen there. That's going to be your senior men. I'm not too sure if they're leading. We haven't gotten any updates in regards to that. But as we get closer into the receiving island, we'll be able to kind of tell you exactly who's in the lead. Right now, we're in the 1/3 of the race. We're kind of covering a little bit of everything. We've got our Masters 40s and 50 men, which are 10 minutes ahead of the senior men, which is your open men. And we're gonna see them catch up with them at some point, and we're gonna see a little bit of different names and different crews. But what we're getting to witness is just really good paddling. We're gonna see some really close battles, and really what it comes down to is time. Fastest time in, lowest time overall wins. So again, day one is all about strategy. It's all about placement, and just having a good time and having a good race.
This crew here is struggling with timing a little bit. Different stroke styles. But looks like they're making their way across. Steady as she goes. Again, we don't have much control over this footage here that you're seeing. We're just commenting on what we see. Yeah, we're gonna bring you a little commercial break on the left side of your screen as we continue to stream this coverage from TNT TV of the 2024 Hawaiki Nui.
For me, it's a Ferrari, this canoe. The V1 teaches you a lot. It can be a boat for beginner because when you're beginner, you don't expect nothing from a boat. You will learn with the boat. So the Marara is a boat for everyone. It's a boat who can increase the glide like very high. You can, in 2 or 3 strokes, you can improve like 1 or 2 kilometers. So that's why I love the Marara.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
The Miko has made me a better paddler. It helps you read the wave even better because you're on that wave for a longer period of time without having to think as much. Yeah, having the Mako be a little bit bigger and wider in the cockpit actually is nice to have you be able to move around and situate yourself different. It gives you an option to be able to be more versatile in your seat. It kind of reminds me of a longboard. It stays on the wave, it's easy to ride, it's super stable, so it's friendly for beginners or expert level. There's nothing like the pure paddling performance of RA Tahiti rudderless canoes.
All right, we're back to our live coverage. Looks like that is Shell Va'a, and aloha to all our gang logging in on Facebook. We just had Eddie Hayward chiming in over there, say, we got to go next year on the Masters. Definitely Eddie and the gang, some of his buddies over there from Heilani and different places, they could put together a pretty killer Masters crew for sure. But, again, this is
Shell.
Pacific Energy and Shell Va'a.
And as we saw on screen with Shell again, so Shell last year had an incredible run. So they got first place in the first leg. They got first place in the second leg. In the third leg, they ended up having a little bit of issues with the paddlers. They ended up 8th overall, but they still, with the general place for the all total, they came 3rd. So, you know, just that alone tells you why placement is important on your first race as well as your second. But all in all, you want to win them all. You definitely want to create the dominance, and they were doing it last year, but just came up a little bit short with some mix-ups. But you know they're going to be putting on definitely the effort this year. They have a little bit change in the lineup. They did add in some new blood in the likes of their paddlers. So we are seeing a little bit of a different Shell, and you know, including one of the newest paddlers, Vairoa, Terai Haroa. You know, just in the likes of that, and as well as, you know, having Keone a couple years in now, and just starting to really create his
groom these guys. And these are one of the teams that certainly has depth. They have a big program there out of Tahiti Island, and they have a team of 12 they brought here today. Again, each leg they're only racing with 6, but when it comes to depth, as you can see on the right side of your screen, they're reviewing the course right now, and that flashing dot is about where they are. Like you had mentioned, Micah, lead canoes are at about the halfway point between Huahine and Raiatea, and I'm really looking forward, Micah, to when crews enter the pass there in Raiatea and make their way to the finish line. I bet that is super exciting. You can imagine how many boats are going to be just lining the shore to get them in there. It'd be awesome.
Yeah, it's you know, it's just incredible to see. Again, we've got right now, you know, we've got about 40 of the 40s and 50s men, and another 40 coming in, so that's about 80 plus canoes just taking on this course on the men's side. Obviously, there is the women and the juniors that are racing as well.
Another wave caught by the Shelva team. Wow, pretty to watch. Look at them just coasting. This looks like what they were doing in Molokai, Hawaii.
Yeah, Molokai Hoi, I think they separated themselves to just about like a 6-minute gap in between them and second place. So definitely put on the distance in between.
It was far.
And and just that alone, tells you what kind of level Shell is at and what they maintain year on, year after year kind of thing. But right now we see Shell, just looks like they're just cruising.
I don't see a lot of crews around them. So, as they try to do, they get out front, they try to maintain, and once they know that the gamble part is over towards the end of the race, I've seen them really turn it on. Like, for instance, when they do a Molokai Hoi, they'll have an amazing start. They'll get out front. They'll pace themselves, play their game throughout the middle of the channel, and then when it comes time where there's only maybe 8 miles left or something, man, they just unleash.
Yeah, just looking at them right now, they're just
very
surfing.
Relaxed.
Well, right now, there's no need to paddle. They're just taking a breather, grabbing some water. The boat is moving so fast on some of these waves that they don't even need to take any strokes.
Yep.
And really, that's what it comes down to is just feeling the va'a. On screen, we've got David Tapava, your Peperu for the last, decade plus with Shell. And, obviously captain, coach, everything. He is really one of the faces of Shell, and being around him, you can just feel just a sense of just kind of that like presence of I'm here, but just really respectable, and just a really good person, kind-hearted, stern though, and disciplined.
That's what it takes, man. Being disciplined to take this crew to that level that they have achieved. And, these young men, they train really hard, really consistently, right? I mean, they are going at it every day of the week with almost maybe a one rest day a week. But they have a lot of them youth on their side, so that they are have great recovery. They have great workout facilities, great diet and nutrition and supplementation, and so they got the whole package there at Hawaiki Nui. This Shell Va'a team, here we go. Your placings on the top left there. Shell Va'a in first place, Huahine in 2. As you had mentioned earlier, Micah, you were looking for great things from Enviropol. You called it, brother, and that's the team that has none other than Pat Dolan racing with them, and in 4th, Pirai Va'a.
Yeah, and there you see it right there on screen. I mean, if you could have chose the top 5, I've been asking everyone, if you could choose your top 5 teams, well, in that sense, we're about just under halfway there. We've seen Shell, followed by Huahine, Enviropol, who I said would most likely be up in that top 5. Yes,
you did.
And then, of course, just right now, I think we're going to see Air Tahiti kind of pinching into that top 5 era. We probably will see in the likes of OPT trying to squeeze in there again. There's a lot of race to be had. And, a lot of things can change, in the course. People can get maybe a little bit tired as we get, maybe into that 3/4 mark. And a lot of clubs and crews make their move on the back half.
What I think is something worth mentioning is that if you look on the left of your screen, those guys are paddling the whole way, the whole time. And then you look on the right of your screen, and this gang from Shell Va'a will turn it up right here, bang, 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 bang. And once they're in, they rest. So they're running separators or sprints up and down the court, where these other guys are in a whole nother race.
Yeah, and that's really what it comes down to. It's a lot of the understanding and feeling. The line too that you take really can make a difference as well. And if your steersman is holding a good line with that back swell running behind you, you're going to catch up. You're gonna eventually make moves on other clubs, and you're gonna start catching up. But we see some great paddling right there from that club on the left. Now looks like they're entering in that same type of area where the surf was, and now they're moving. They're all taking advantage of these opportunities to surf. These Matahinas do a really good job of tracking. But as a steersman, you definitely need to be on your game. Like any va'a that you're steering with a little bit of surf, it's constantly just making sure you make the adjustments. And right there on screen, we see a good battle between Bank de Tahiti Va'a and Arue Va'a. So, man, those are the best too. When you get to see those battles between one club and the other, and it just makes the race a lot more interesting and more.
Anytime there are two canoes next to each other, they could be not vying for any type of top seed.
It doesn't matter,
but they're going to be working hard. And so that's kind of what's neat about how the veteran, they call them here, or the 50s, 40s, they are 10 minutes start ahead of the open, or as they say here in Tahiti, the senior crews.
Yep.
And so it's going to be kind of neat as these higher level open crews approach these senior crews. It's like, I guess, it's something to chase. You know what I'm saying? A dog's always going to run faster when it's got a rabbit in front of it, right?
Very true.
Yeah. So it's good for them to chase, and it really sometimes I'm sure it's done purposefully by race organizers, but it really forces these top crews unconsciously to really bring out their best.
And there on screen, you got the Bennett family, pretty dominant there and consistent. But Arueva on screen. Again, we've seen a lot of consistency there from your stroker, just having a nice, really good rate. And like you said, he's definitely been paddling quite a bit there. And look at that gear just change once the bump comes. But just really good paddling here on screen.
Nice work there getting on those bumps. They still don't seem quite as relaxed as Shelva'a, though. Jeez. Those guys just,
Yep.
paddles to the gunnel and really rest. And I guess that makes sense. It's definitely their style of open ocean paddling where they're able to capitalize on the bumps that are being offered today. And, not to mention they got an amazing steersman.
Yeah, and then just there, we've seen Arue and the Bank of Tahiti just having a little battle there. And looks like Arue kind of fell back, So, just watching all of this type of paddling, it just can really, motivate people to get out there and go surf and enjoy it.
Yeah, these watching a broadcast and a rebroadcast is always something that gets you stoked to go out there and do it yourself. Again, folks, we are streaming a live broadcast from Tahiti Nui TV down in French Polynesia in the island of Tahiti, and they are kind enough to share with us their video feed. It's called a simulcast, and because they are predominant French and Tahitian speaking, we're kind of using their footage and bringing you coverage of this with English as close as you can say what I speak to being English. As close as you can get that to share with the rest of the world, whether that's here in Hawaii, mainland U.S., Australia, New Zealand, wherever it may be. And so we're just trying to bring exposure of what, to my and it seems your estimation, is the premier outrigger, six-man outrigger canoe race on the planet, without a doubt. It's 3 days in a row of six-man outrigger paddling, all iron, and we're going to be bringing it to you tomorrow morning and Friday as well.
Yep.
And, man, it is really a treat to watch the performances of some of these great teams. And as you mentioned earlier, that's Enviropol on the right side of the screen. They are currently running in third place.
Yep.
Overall, I believe it was Shelva'a in first place and Huahine in second.
Yep.
Enviropol in third, and in fourth was
Pirei.
Correct. So a lot of the big names that we expected, like Air Tahiti Nui, OPT, EDT, not in the top four.
Yeah, not in the top four, but
right there for sure.
Yeah,
somewhere.
And we did see Enviropol having a good V6 season prior. So we've seen them actually win earlier. They beat Shell previously in one of the earlier V6 races in Tahiti. But as you can see right there, we've got none other than a Cowan in there. And then, of course, just other paddlers a part of. We see also Pat Dolan's name on there as well. So seen a Hawaii paddler with Enviropol.
Do you see him in there today?
You know what? I'm not too sure if he's actually on the list for the race for today.
I'm going to check that out real quick.
But we'll definitely.
I don't think he's paddling today. Well, what a honor and a treat to be invited by a team like this to come and paddle with you, and they're in third place overall. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so he won't be in today's leg. I'm assuming he'll probably be in one of the later ones, but Enviropol. I've been watching them this past year, and I kind of had this feeling that they've definitely put on quite the race early on in the V6 season before they started going into the V1, and then obviously back and forth. But they've always had a good group of paddlers. So for them to come back into that kind of podium area is definitely what they needed to kind of bring back their club, if you will. So I'm excited to see how they do.
Where is Enviropol out of? Do you know?
I don't. I just been following just them via just watching some of the races on TNT and things like that. But I also followed with some of the other Tahitian families that I know of, such as like Tuarango and things like that. So hearing about what some of these families come from, so really cool to see. But I've seen them do really, really well. I know the name might have been changed a little bit over time.
Okay.
So I've been waiting. There's some people that definitely can, correct us inside. But from what I understand, there was some changes in the group or the club, as you will. But like anything, clubs definitely get bigger and spread out. And obviously the concentration of paddlers out of Tahiti are not like anything else in the world. So when we do call it the premiere of races here, we know why.
Yeah, exactly. And hey, speaking of our live Facebook coverage, we have some of you viewers chiming in. Feel free to ask questions or make a comment. We had Darna Aporo from Aotearoa saying that her video is looking great and she's stoked to see the coverage. And we have Barzan David from Italy, pretty good. And Eddie Hayward over there in Kona watching us. What's up, brother? How you doing? He said the feed is looking perfect over in Kona. So mahalo to all of you for joining in. Hey, go ahead and share with the rest of your friends out there that we're bringing you 2 more days of coverage. And so we want to get everybody kind of joined in, bring our paddling community not only here in Hawaii, but mainland U.S., New Zealand, wherever. Get them watching this stuff and kind of really see. Everybody always hears about Hawaiki Nui. So few have been there and still very few people that have even really seen it from places like Hawaii. And so this is what it is. This is the kind of exposure. It's just a cool thing to watch to get you stoked paddling and some things to kind of think about and get you motivated for this afternoon's train.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, we just had MP from Lanikai Canoe Club. What's up, Mike? He's over there cruising along with the guys from Hawaii right now. He said they're smashing it. We're not sure what place they're in, but guarantee they're doing well. They got some Hama paddlers on that crew.
Yeah, I think they're definitely having a good race for sure. But here we see the class meant right here for 2023 for EnviroPool. So, the fact that, again, like I've been saying, for them to be right now in the top 5, if you will, of this leg 1, shows you that they were 16th overall last year. 17 overall last year, but 16 in leg 1, 17th place in leg 2, and 20th in leg 3. So, it's about building programs, but it's also about, I think, a little bit more of just, a little bit of honor in there as well, just coming out. And if you come out and you hit and you swing big and you podium in any of these legs, is an accomplishment all by itself.
For sure. As Kai Brun says, he's always swinging for the fences.
Yeah. I love Kai. I love that, brother.
Yeah, so great. Hopefully some of those brothers over there from our longshoremen tuning in today. Aloha to those brothers. And they've been doing a great job, our longshoremen, supporting the paddle culture here in Hawaii. And so mahalo for that.
Yeah, definitely appreciate all of them, because they definitely stepped in to support a lot of our paddlers across the entire state of Hawaii, but elsewhere as well.
Yep.
And, of course, always mahalo to all of them trying to help ship over our canoes and our goods. So thank you.
Yeah.
And we got Aloha Aito coming up, so if you guys want to do some shipping, let me know.
Yeah, that's the guys you see. Aloha Aito coming up again in March of 2025. We're looking forward to that with you, Micah, putting on that race, and you'll definitely be seeing some great coverage from everyone here at Ocean Paddler.
Yeah, right on. And then, again, we're following EnviroPool. We saw right now that they're sitting in 3rd place. And just so you guys know, we just got an update for our Wahine. So the women is racing. Team Hawaii is smashing. The women's race right now is currently happening at the same time, but they have a different course. They're more on the inside. But they are smashing it right now. They are in first place.
From what our sources tell us, that the women's race kind of happening in parallel with this men's race. They are ladies from Hawaii, representing Hawaii, are in first place. There were 4 crews that came out of Hawaii to represent in the women's race. That was Team Hawaii, Kalahui Kai, Team Nalu and Kailua Canoe Club, and so really solid representation. I mean, they're literally a quarter of the field in the open women's division, and so big ups to them for making that happen. Pretty cool. I would love to see that level of participation from our men in Hawaii. You know, some of these clubs or these teams that paddle together throughout the year put it together. I know Kalahui Kai men went last year. This year they're not in attendance, but it is great to see Hawaii paddlers up there and just learning, competing, enjoying. I mean, Matt, if you want to go to race, this looks like one of the ones to be at, right?
I mean, what other better place besides, you know, again, another Pacific, you know, island, and getting to race in beautiful water. I mean, conditions, you know, are ideal in any of these races. It's just a matter of the experience that a lot of these paddlers might want to have.
Hawaii is a beautiful place, man, but if you've been to Tahiti, it's absolutely incredible. If you love Hawaii, Tahiti, in a lot of ways, culturally and a bunch of other ways, just scenic, is like Hawaii on steroids. It's amazing. I've loved it every time I've been there, and it looks like our Hawaii teams are loving it in Tahiti right now. I know our men are putting on a solid performance for sure, and of course the women, as we have just been reported, are in the lead right now. We're not sure about the other three. We've mentioned that there are 4 Wahine teams representing Hawaii, and so looking forward to see how they suss out towards the finish of the race. But if anybody's got information, go ahead and send it to our feed here on our Facebook at Ocean Paddler Facebook page, Ocean Paddler TV. And it looks like we're going to be catching up. Our camera boat is catching up with some other crews here as they zero in. Looks like they're trying to motor ahead to catch up with some of our leaders. But a beautiful, beautiful day in Tahiti. Look at that. You know, just a spattering of clouds. You're crossing open ocean between 2 islands. You're getting that beautiful look of the inside lagoons that we saw during the start. We're going to get something similar as they come into the finish line there in Taha'a. Right there. Sorry. Right there. Yep. Taha'a is tomorrow. And so it's gorgeous. I can see that kind of smoky blank look in Micah's eyes. He's remembering the last time that he was in Tahiti.
I was just there a year
reminiscing. Reminiscing.
Or less than a year, but there in Hawaiki Nui for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, just watching this right now, we're getting a shot of the boat angle here. The cameraman just probably holding on as we motor up probably to the front of the pack. And they've definitely, if we're following Enviropol in 4th place and they're going to the front of the pack, man.
Hey, Olivier. There's our buddy Olivier. He was doing the same thing with us that we're doing with them when we were doing our coverage of World Sprints. He was there kind of sharing our feed to the folks down there in Tahiti, and so awesome to see him. He's been a big part of making this connection between Hawaii and Ocean Paddler and Tahiti and Tahiti Nui TV. Right. So what's up? Good to see you. That's who that. If anybody was at World Sprints, and who's this white guy interviewing all the Tahiti paddlers? That's him. That's Olivier. Good brother right there. I said good brother.
Yeah, always bringing the high energy and just a great, voice of the races here for Hawaiki Nui.
He got to work on his background though.
Yeah,
that purple, magenta, and blue background with the stars.
Yeah, he might want to go with something like this.
We got you beat, bro. Oh man! So here we go with some more of our coverage. Hey, Juan, what are you dressing up as for Halloween? Don't tell me you're not dressing up, bro. I want to hear that.
I'm gonna be dressing up as a coach from.
Boo.
No, I better go figure out something. I don't know. Who knows? Smashing Pumpkin. I don't know. Yeah.
I was gonna go as Kanaka Smurf. I was gonna paint myself blue, put on one white model.
Kanaka Smurf. Hey, that's a good one. I can see you doing that.
Thanks, bro. I'm holler for that. I'll have to come in. If you see me all dressed in blue tomorrow, folks, you'll know why.
Kanaka Smurf.
We'll be right back with our coverage of the 2024 Hawaiki Nui Va'a from here in our studios on Oahu. But we're going to bring you this quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with more live action.
Of course, it's the number one V6 we go to when we talk about the Matahina.
Maybe for him it's heavy, but for us it's very light because in Tahiti we can increase the speed, you know. The canoe is more adapt in long distance.
When you are steering it, like you are able to manage the steer easy, she change her way very easy. I feel very comfortable on the canoe, and I love the glide of that canoe.
It was awesome to see the Matahinas do so well. They glide super smoothly. It's like cutting butter.
Inside in the lagoon or outside and in the ocean, it's a canoe that can catch waves easily in every kind of conditions. This is the best canoe right now at this moment. Yeah.
For sure, the new Matahina is amazing.
Around the world and in every type of water, the Are Tahiti Matahina is at the front of the pack. Get yours at shopoutrigger.com. Zone Media is proud to be celebrating 20 years of Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, Hawaii's leading action sports program. 10 years of Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to perpetuating the sport and culture of paddling. Our groundbreaking and cutting-edge live broadcasts have made paddling and surfing spectator sports, showcasing Hawaii's heritage to the rest of the world. Zone Media is the world's leader in Hawaii-based action programming. Let us help you grow your business or sporting event. If you love the water, you'll love outrigger paddling. The absolute thrill of paddling a canoe, connecting with nature, the community of a canoe club, getting fitter, stronger, and happier. Find out why more and more people are enjoying traditional rudderless canoes. Go to areoutriggerworld.com and we'll help you get started.
There we go. So just had a quick little commercial break and a little bit of footage on the Matahina, one of the most sought after and paddled canoes in Tahiti and around the world now. But right here on screen, we've returned back to our race. Get an update. Looks like we're following a couple different crews. As you know, we are following Hawaiki Nui 2024. We are following the men's race. We're currently jumping back and forth right now between the veterans 40 and 50-year-old race, as well as the senior/open men. Again, we're just trying to bring to you as much information as we can as we're getting a live footage from Tahiti. And right here, we're following the race in the channel. Currently on screen, it looks like maybe we have Ruruta. We've got a few people chiming in on Tahiti Nui Television on their Facebook page.
We're working on getting you updates of where our Hawaii crews are placed out in our women's and men's. Although most of the coverage here that you've seen today is of the men's race, we have word that the women from Hawaii are in first place right now, and we're getting shortly, hopefully, some updates from friends that are traveling along with Team Hawaii in the men's race. And so definitely want to check on our representation and see how our gang from the 50th state are representing here. But in the meantime, we continue to enjoy this great live feed coverage from TNT, Tahiti Nui TV, and see what they some of the best paddlers in Tahiti are coming up with. And I love, again, Micah, the fact that so much of the coverage is not only of the top crews.
Yeah, definitely. It's just really good to be able to go in and out and see different types of crews throughout the entire race.
Nice surf run right there by this crew. Wow, beautiful. This is Toi Enana, crew number 679 in the open men. Not sure where they are from, but definitely a family representation. You see that Hu'uti see 3 names from the same family there, and that is so cool. A lot of these crews, even at the higher levels, they have, brothers, cousins, all paddling together.
Yeah, Huiti. So, for example, we had Hakatini Huiti come from. He's paddling with the junior team, EDT, and he came down and raced with the International Vault Federation when they came for World Sprints.
Mm-hmm.
So the Huiti family, definitely a name in the paddling world for
sure.
sure. And right here, we see them on screen. So just right there is their placement. They got 25th overall last year. So they're averaging around there, right in the 20 range. So they definitely want to improve, and try to see.
Oh, look at that surf run. Wow.
That was insane.
Yes. Air dropping the stroker into the trough. I like that.
Man.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff by this crew from Toi Enana.
Yeah, that was awesome to see, and we love that, just pure just elevation out of the water, almost, catching that front end, almost not purling, it just pushes right out, and definitely you can get that with the Matahina on days like this where it will just kind of knife out just like like a fish coming right back out.
It's got that reserve buoyancy in the bow. Let's see who this is here.
Yeah, and for those of you tuning in, if any of you are watching and maybe you've got someone paddling from your country or your island or your club, and you're tuning in, let us know, because we would love to see if we can find them through this footage as we watch the live coverage. But right here on screen, we're just trying to take a look at that club there that we're watching in this. Man, just a beautiful canoe there with great colors.
And, we're back here in the studio, folks, and you can see that Mike and I are positioned ever so perfectly right here on the beach. There's dead winds today. Maybe the trees may be deceiving you, but where Mike and I are sitting, there's no wind here. And we've got the refrigerator right nearby to get us some hydration. But we are bringing you this live feed from Tahiti, and this is Nui Va'a that you're seeing in this black canoe here. The Nui Va'a, and putting on a nice run. And I'm really enjoying watching the surfing in this middle part of the race, Micah. So we're about 2 hours into this race, and most of our crews are, especially our top crews, are about a third of the way through this race.
Oh, yeah, definitely maybe a third left. So we are hitting about 2 hour mark. Again, we'll see the first crew coming in just around 3 hours. Looks like conditions are super favorable right now. I mean, we haven't seen too much issues in the sense of a canoe going off course, but there you see some good surf run. Man, it was just like nonstop, and it's the same area where a lot of the other crews were just dominating in this location.
Wow. That mid-channel water is really favorable to our paddlers right now. They're definitely having some good surf runs.
Yeah, I have a feeling we'll see some of this on day 3. I will follow up. Obviously, we'll try to get you a report on the weather and how it's looking. We've got some, as we call it, boots on the ground or, feet in the water.
Yeah.
So we'll get some, some good information.
Some toes on the sand.
Yeah, some toes in the sand, some beers on the sand maybe
right.
later.
Some hinanos.
But we'll definitely give you guys as much as we can. But
hey. Is that? I wonder if that was Manatea.
So it looks like Marama Olsen here just giving an interview of the club. And, it's really great to see. For us, we can't always translate everything right away for you. But the idea is we're watching a production done in Tahiti by Hawaiki Nui Television. And, they do a really good job of showcasing as many crews as possible. And no doubt, I'm sure we're going to see our Hawaii team at some point within this course of race. But really, just anybody that's watching, if you have somebody that's paddling from your club that's racing with the team from Tahiti, such as we did see the name of Pat Dolan paddling with Enviropool, currently in 3rd place. Not on the race today, probably will be in, I wouldn't doubt it, but tomorrow I'm sure we might see him in that sprint race. Pat winning the Molo Solo this past year, and man, he had
who even knew he was training.
He's
stealth training from his home in Hawaii Kai in the evenings, I think.
Smash job, though. really, really good job. And, to get pulled into Enviropool to go race, he loves paddling. I know Angie is racing. I think she's a part
they made
of
it
that.
a family thing, huh?
Yeah, I think she's a part of that Team Hawaii women team that I believe they probably are winning.
Is that maybe the women's race, the finish of the women's race? Arrive, category Hine and Raitea, yeah.
Looks like some of the junior crews possibly right there. So it looks like some of your juniors crew.
The other race that's running parallel to this, right?
Yeah, so it looks like that's going to be the junior and women's mix.
Right, and the 60-plus men.
Yep, and the 60. So, again, there is different races happening with a little bit slightly different courses going on today. But as we are watching, on the right-hand side is the men's 40s, 50s, and seniors. On the left-hand side, we see some junior teams. That looks like EDT Va'a, none other than in the likes of, I think, Himano them. But right now, it looks like that's what we're seeing on the left-hand side. So we're watching the juniors starting to finish right now. So we will see.
Beautiful action from here in Tahiti. It seems like a little bit more cloud cover. It's gotten a little darker. We got a bit of a splash on the camera there. Some Sijo, and we're gonna wipe. Good work. Keep the lens clean, brother.
Are you directing the camera? I think you are.
Here's another great shot. Let's see what this is. Is this might be the other race that's happening in parallel to this. They're both part of Hawaiki Nui Va'a, but they have, as we had mentioned, the women and the juniors and the 60-plus men on a different course. So here, not sure who that is there, but is that a women's crew coming in on the left of our screen? Arrivi category Taurea. Yeah. I think that's a women's crew, Michael. What do you think on the left there in yellow?
Yeah, it looks like we have our first women's crew potentially in this group, and I'm kind of curious who this might be.
We had heard it was Hawaii, but we're not able to confirm that until they come across the line.
No, this is a men's crew. That might be your
juniors crew.
Yeah, it might be a juniors crew, but right here on screen.
One down.
Oh.
Yeah, so as we had mentioned earlier, Micah, maybe you can shed some light on it. This is an iron race, but people can drop out of the canoe if they're having issues with cramping or some type of other medical issue.
Yeah, we're definitely currently are seen on screen. It looks like we have a 5-man crew, so we're down. Seat number 5 is not racing. Once we get an update on the crew, but that's really what happens here. If you maybe someone cramps, maybe somebody dehydration or something, or hurt their shoulder, they just pull them out of the water. There's no sense in having them in the canoe if they can't paddle. It would just only hurt you. So just pull them out and race with 5. We seen it on day 3 where there was crews racing with 4 men coming into the last hour.
Which is really a testament,
Shell was one of them, man,
to how grueling this event can be.
Yeah, Shell was coming in not even close to the pass, coming into Bora, and it was like a good hour. It seemed like they only had 4 or 5 guys paddling, and still coming third
overall,
eighth in the leg 3 or day 3, but third overall. Just incredible. Amazing. Shows you how much talent there is in there, and how much drive and will to win and succeed. But right on screen, we're just kind of looks like we're seeing again some of the chase boats following certain crews, and it looks like we're getting that pan type of drone coverage there. So we were updated. There's 2 different lines that are happening right now.
Okay.
So it looks like Shell, Enviropol, Pire, and Huahine all took a more upper line. And then a lower line, we see there's Toamak as well as OPT and Air Tahiti. So when we get closer into that inlet, we're going to see exactly who's actually in the lead.
What gamble was better?
Yeah, so same like Molokai, some people will go south, some people go north, or someone try to take the straight line. But it looked like when they started heading out the pass, we did see OPT more to the left-hand side of our screen, and they were already creating separation. So not sure if they just went with it.
Maybe they're having some kind of gamble where they work up early and surf down into the pass.
Yeah.
We've seen that work for crews in races like Catalina when they had like a side shore, you know.
Yeah, so I'm definitely, like you said, we're excited to see maybe what happened. But again, we're watching on your left-hand side. It looks like we're watching these juniors coming in right there and finishing their race. I look like Pire Va'a coming in as well as a few others. So we seen a Shell crew, so a Shell junior team it looked like. But again, we're watching two different screens here. Two different types of water. You can see the lagoon was that light blue, and right now we're in the
deep
blue, which is
Deep
our
ocean.
senior men and men's 40s and 50. I'm gonna go out on a limb. Might say that
We're
might
saying what
be
that's
OPT
saying.
there. If not, it's that other group.
Nui?
Yeah, it could be that Nunui. But currently, right now, we're just again we're covering the live coverage sent to us via TNT TV in Tahiti, and we're just enjoying some incredible surfing, some great racing here, and looking forward to hearing back from our Facebook and YouTube viewers who's going to be our top 5 finishers. Top 5 finishers, let us know, send it to us, and hopefully we can get an update on some of the international crews.
All right, we have our reporter on the beach there at the finish line. She's going to attempt to get an interview from what looks like some of these paddlers in the junior crews. All the guy wants to do is take a shower. Sure, let's listen into a little bit and see if you can interpret the French. I wish this thing had subtitles.
On a eu quelques problèmes dans le...
Ah, petit problème de connexion. On va malheureusement se reconnecter avec Jessica dans quelques
Looks
instants
like
avec
there are a little bit of
le reste
audio
des pilotes qui
issues,
sont en
but
train
you can see this crew coming in. That young man there, part of this crew in light blue that came across the line earlier, they're down 1-2. Looks like their number 4 was out of the boat.
recaler le micro de Jessica et on va faire un point avec Davidson sur Rimatara. Tu nous confirmes qu'il y a bien eu un malaise et un souci, hein, Davidson?
That's a lot of racing, man. 3 days in a row, all of that. Incredible what these young men are able to pull off out there. And you can see this the Nui team taking advantage of some of these smaller swells, trying to get on the ground swell.
Yeah, so it sounds like currently right now they're just giving some updates on the course in the water, on some of the conditions and maybe some of the things that some of these crews were experiencing, especially for that one crew that was down one paddler. We talked about it before this race even started that, again, it's an iron race. This is about just under 30 miles. We're looking at about a 3-hour course for this channel crossing here, and this is one of 3 days. But man, just incredible surfing that we've seen in the middle of the channel there, and I think we're gonna see a little bit more, possibly calmer conditions coming into Raiatea. Hopefully, it might be able to give some paddlers to settle down. If not, they're gonna have to stay back on their toes if there's any conditions inside that are.
Yeah, I really wish we had a translator here. This is basically our counterpart over there at TNTV, offering up his commentary of what he's seen out there in the water. You can see the rest of the camera crew in the background there. Man, wouldn't it be cool if we had some of those long sleeve, dry fit, like Ocean Paddler jerseys? That would be cool. One day, you know, if I keep trying to be a good boy and continue to ask Santa, he might come up with one of those for me. It's only been about 7 years I've been asking for one of those. Yeah. Frank over at Margin, he's gonna build us some of those nice dry fit, you know, for the crew. Get the orange ones for the crew.
Oh, sounds so good.
Some nice, like, you know, gray colors or maybe like a navy or something like that for all us cool guys in front of the camera. It'd be awesome, man. I would love that. One day I'm gonna keep praying, crossing my fingers, clicking my heels together, and one day that's gonna happen for us.
And there we go. We're seeing again just some beautiful paddling there from none other than Shell Va'a. Just easily to identify this canoe as it's all yellow there with the red jerseys. Currently in the provisions here.
Pirai.
So it looks like Shell is obviously leading currently. Then Huahine. We've seen the switch. Enviropol dropping back to fourth place, and Pire taking the third position there. Again, this is just one track. We did get an update that there is a smaller group that took a different line. We won't know exactly where they are in relation to this.
So I would imagine, looking at what the course is, we're about 45 minutes before these guys start coming into the pass. Oh, look at that beautiful wave. Wow. Look at them.
Not even doing anything. Just
great action from Shelva here.
Here's
it looks like
one.
A repeat of what we've seen them do in the Molokai Hoi. Amazing stuff. But they're definitely out in the lead on their own, doing their thing, and we're going to see if that other line pays off.
Yeah, and then
I stand corrected. If right after Santa Claus brings me the that nice dry fit jersey, he's going to give me a full size monitor to see here in the studio. But it does seem that Shell Va'a is running neck and neck with a crew just on the side from them, just up a little bit.
Yeah.
Not sure who would that be.
I think they might have caught up to some of the masters.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I
there
believe
you go. So it's not necessarily their competition.
Yeah, they might have been catching up to the 40s and 50s.
Correct.
Because it's only a 10-minute separation. So
right.
I think we are seeing a little bit of that, combination.
Yeah. They're dropping them way too quickly for it to be somebody that they're going neck and neck with.
Right. And as we can see right there.
Wow, another beautiful bump caught there by that gang out of Shell Va'a.
And they're going to get another one coming up behind them. Shell is just taking absolute advantage of all of this little surf runs. And that Matahina can surf literally anything. And right here we see another bump coming. They're just finding really good runs and able to just reserve energy throughout this entire run here.
Looks like they got a crew of gang from their escort boat there dropping in. Maybe they're going to hand off some hydration, maybe some snacks. You know, hey, here, have a cookie, some dry aku, you know. Whatever it takes to get you across, maybe a flat Coke.
Some poi packs.
Yeah, whatever it is, that they need on that canoe. And that's their support team over there with their white helmets and their life vests. Pretty cool that, they can get assistance, but, they definitely are on their own out there with the paddling. But beautiful stuff from their crew. And there's their coach from Shelva.
Yeah, the owner, Albert. Albert just giving his interview here of his crew and the club here for Shelva. What a cool guy. Just
never had a chance to meet him.
Just a cool guy, man. Just I love, you can see the excitement on his face when Shell is just in the zone. Yeah,
nice.
Just cool to see, But right here on screen, Shell just taking advantage. Look at this. They're attacking that whole entire bump, back on another one.
But look how it pays off.
Yep, and they're just going to attack another one and just stay on it, just ride it out. they know another one is coming. And right here, ladies and gentlemen, this is, again, just a clinic for anyone watching.
Well, what I really think is important here is not so much to look at the paddling, but look overall at what the ocean is giving to the steersman and this crew and what they're making of it. And that takes a lot of talent right there, too. And a lot of the time, they're not forcing the line. He's allowing the steersman is allowing the ocean to take the canoe, you know?
Yep. And right here, it's this boat number 180. We're going to try to get you an update of that crew here. That's Hina Raurea. They always do really, really well from Raitea. So Hina Raurea, is they did extremely well over the years in Molokai when they've come to race. I didn't see too many Tahitian teams in Molokai this past year. Obviously, it was the first year back into Molokai, so I think just a lot of logistics might have not come through for some of these clubs. I only seen maybe a 3 or 4 pure Tahitian crews come down. But again, Hina Raurea right there on screen, and always, again, in part of that top 10 kind of tier. Hopefully we see the classmen where they finished last year.
Hini Raurea, what a great name. And look at them on this wave, surfing beautifully, this crew from Hini Raurea. And there is this is a 40s crew. This is a 40s crew, I think. If you can look right above in blue, it's going to say Hini Raurea, and right above it, Veteran Om 40 ans. So veteran is like their masters. That's where they would say their masters, and then 40 plus would be the 40 ons.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So they call the open the seniors,
yes,
right? And then they call the masters and what we would call the seniors, they call those the veterans. Veteran Om means man, right?
Om, yep. Yeah, currently on screen, we're just watching some interviews. It looks like, again, we had some of the veterans,
the 60s, right?
plus, the veterans 60 plus there, just doing some, interviews there on screen as they've finished their race already for day one. There was 2 courses. Your veterans 60 plus, the juniors and the Wahine women had a different course run as the men's 40s, 50s, and the open had a different course, a longer course.
But but what happens is they still finish in the same area. Is that correct?
Yeah,
same
location. Yeah, they share the same areas. Just right now, just logistically, it's just coming in. It's easier for them to finish and have all of these crews kind of clear out of the area.
Right.
As we will see another crew.
Make room for the men's crews to come in, and you can see they have these big showers set up for everybody once they come in, and so it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool to see how prepared they are.
Yeah, the setup that needs to go through and the amount of time and logistics, man.
It looked like there was a women's crew coming across the line there.
Yeah, I think we might even seen some junior Wahine, so I'm curious to find out. But we're hoping to get some updates for everybody as we are trying to send two. But, as we kind of get some of the names and the crews that are coming across, we can give you a better idea. Unfortunately, we're not given all the logistics from TNT Network as who's finishing and who's coming across. But they will post it as well, and we'll be able to try to give you as much information as we can, as we are mostly covering the men's course.
Right. Yeah, we got some of our extended ocean paddler Ohana out there in Tahiti, and they're trying to put together not only information but maybe a little video clips. And so we're in the background here trying to work on that to bring you some updates of what's happening in the other races. But, man, this is the big story of today, as I have witnessed myself so many times just watching this crew from Shelva go to work. And here they are dropping in on another open ocean swell. Beautiful stuff, gang, and really, like you mentioned, brother, that Matahina canoe from Are is just enjoying the ocean today.
Yeah, right now we just see it having a good field day as Shell is constantly finding little bumps and runners to navigate as they're making their way towards Raiatea. Currently on screen, we're seeing two different screens. Right there, we see Air Tahiti. So Air Tahiti is currently, we're not sure exactly what placement they're in, but they took a different line to the shell. So it looked like Air Tahiti, Toa Amak, and OPT took a different angle. And so that's why we're seeing kind of like two separate groups. But as you can see, it also looks like another crew, and I believe that might be...
That's not Huahine. Their canoe is all green, right?
No, that's going to be a different crew. I think that might be Toamak. We're just going to get an update. But right here on screen, Air Tahiti, a strong, strong crew. They had a really good year last year as they took second overall. So that's going to be 6A. And it looks like right there in C2, I believe that might be Monotail there. And it looked like
beautiful racing by these guys. So as you had mentioned, they're taking a different line. And what does that really mean? What does that play out for them? It's a gamble on whether you're going to kind of work with the surf early to get ahead and try to maintain a lead, or whether you're going to work up into the surf.
Yep.
You're gonna pay while your guys are still fresh, and then as you near the finish line, you're going to turn down and try to surf into that pass there, or you're just going to rum line it, so to speak, just take a straight point-to-point type of navigation and just go for the shortest distance between 2 points. Now, it certainly looks like this gang from Air Tahiti Nui is surfing beautifully, and maybe they have gone the route of paying for it early to be able to reap dividends towards the back half of the race, but they're having a beautiful race as well.
Yeah.
Another Are Matahina boat there.
Yeah, it looks like we have so we look like we had Kyle in there kind of captaining the crew. We got Hotu Paroi. Looks like he's steering, as well as Monatea DuPont in there. Just incredible surfing and running. They are definitely trying to put together a better line, as, again, we're probably about 1 hour out from the finish line.
Okay, so this is that second group.
Nope. Yeah, so this is actually, I think they actually combined it now. So it looks like OPT and Air Tahiti. So that second line looks like it's ahead. So right now we're seeing the change, gentlemen and ladies that are watching.
Gentlemen's.
So OPT, as we said, OPT was probably going to be one of those top teams in there, and we were wondering why we were only seeing Huahine and Pire and Shell, but it looks like OPT in 1, Air Tahiti in 2, and Shell in 3.
What's going to get even more interesting, Micah, is as we come into the pass where they head towards the finish line, that last mile or two coming in, we're going to see how they actually, and you can see that is OPT right in front of this Air Tahiti Nui crew right there. That is your current leader. We've just had an update from the folks there at Hawaiki Nui 2024 being brought to you by TNT TV, and you can see that our lead has changed. As Micah mentioned, 2 course lines beginning to converge as they come towards the finish of this race. We have probably less than an hour left in this race right now. Things are looking quick, looking fast. We have, I would assume, the potential to come up against that 3 hour and 11-minute record set in this course, just based on how well these canoes are surfing right now, Micah.
Yeah. I think for sure that's what we're seeing. Air Tahiti is battling OPT. right now, this is the battle, though. I mean, we got to see that change.
Let's see. But, Shelva'a can never be counted out, bro. They were looking great, too. So I'm really going to see how it converges. And when you really start to pull these crews neck and neck to each other, who's got some energy left in the tank and what they're able to do with it as we come to the finish line. So this race has certainly got more exciting here. Day one at Hawaiki Nui 2024. But, folks, as we mentioned earlier, we have had the finish of the women's race, and part of our Ocean Paddler TV Ohana over there, Andrea Moeller, you all know her as one of the top paddlers here in the islands, dominated for a while here, part of Team Bradley. She sent us over some video. We were able to produce it, and although it is so hard to walk away from the beautiful surfing of this Airteidi Nui team, we're going to take a quick break to bring you some updates from the women's race. Alex, what you got, bro?
Day two is a tough one for the Wahine race. Following it live last year, it definitely could be a little bit more challenging and grueling, a little bit more of that surf. But right now, Kalai, what do we see on that
So
screen?
what we're watching is some video footage sent to us from our buddy Andrea Moeller, and this is Team Hawaii coming into the finish line for a first place finish here on day one of Hawaiki Nui 2024. Near that white building in the background, that's where the finish line is. And this is Team Hawaii, one of four Wahine teams representing the 50th state. That would be Team Hawaii, Kalahui Kai, Team Nalu, and Kailua Canoe Club. And as they come across this marina here and the break wall, great paddling by these women. This looks to be the finish line.
This is the finish.
And as we were just talking about, Micah, it is something else to come into Tahiti and win, men or women or whatever. I would mention that women's sport is not such a big deal here as it is in America and Hawaii, of course. But hopefully this could be a spark that encourages them to really kind of bolster their women's paddling. They have great paddlers, don't get me wrong there, but not quite to the same level of, I guess, participation or cultural
And then
acceptance.
it looks like coming in second is going to be Teva.
Okay.
Teva is another strong. That's in the
Yes.
likes of the Bernardino family.
Yes.
And they did really well last year. I believe they got third overall, if I'm not mistaken.
Nice.
For the women, but
Okay.
unreal, man.
So here we are back with Air Tahiti Nui. This is our second place crew, and it's kind of neat, Micah, not to only to see that our women are bringing home a gold medal for day one, but that this strategy of crews by the likes of OPT and Air Tahiti Nui to take a different line has really paid off. They are both in front of who we presume to be our leader earlier, which was Shelva'a. Now, that was probably in part because there's only so many camera boats, and so it's hard for them to tell. It looked to them like Shelva'a was in. But as these crews on different lines begin to converge as they come into the pass, you can see whose course gamble really paid off.
Yeah, and then we were talking about it prior. As soon as they showed the course, there's like anything, there's kind of like a three-way. You can go direct, straight up the middle.
Right.
You can go take a little bit up, go inside a little bit more north, or come down on the south side. So it's just either way. But obviously it's paying off for OPT and Air Tahiti. We saw that. We saw OPT a little bit upwards of everyone else, and it looked like Air Tahiti said, you know what, we're going that way too. And clearly it's starting to pay off as we're probably less than an hour from the finish of this first leg here for the men's race, but we are seeing some incredible paddling here. We saw the convergence. It looks like OPT is slightly ahead of Air Tahiti, but man, surf is on.
Surf is on. There's a lot of water out there for them to be using. And, this is really where, in a race like this, that you begin to see the grit of a crew, because it is iron and they're coming into that last area. And how much have you put into your training throughout the year? And I would gamble at this level, all of these paddlers have put more than an adequate amount of effort into their training to be able to be in the lead of a race like Hawaiki Nui.
Yeah, as we see this, now that we've got back on the full screen here, we have Air Tahiti putting on a great battle here. They're trying to get as close as they can to OPT. They need to squeeze the gap. Again, it's all about time. 10 seconds, 1 minute can make the difference for three legs. We've seen it before.
Sure, I see what you're saying.
So
because time is cumulative.
Yep, time is cumulative. So you don't want you don't want to ease off at the end and just go through it and just hope you get past the line. You need to close the gap if you're behind, and you need to get that time difference better, because day 2 is a sprint day, and if you're up behind a minute but you win by 2 on the next day, now you're up a minute. So there is a lot of strategy that needs to be done as well.
It's cumulative for sure. And it looks like our TNT TV are interviewing some of our guests. Is that Lauren there?
Looks like it.
Lauren and Lori Nakamura,
yep.
Both from Team Bradley. They're part of Team Hawaii representing.
It's beautiful. It's a blessing to be down here. And I feel like, there's so much connection between Hawaii and Tahiti. It's a blessing and a treat to get to come down here and race.
What about for tomorrow?
Yeah. Tomorrow will be hard, but it will be fun. And the Tahitian women, they're so strong, and it's great to be able to compete with them.
Okay, thank you and congratulations for your first place.
Oh, thank you.
Donc voilà, nous étions avec les Hawaïennes.
All right, and so we're back. That was Lauren Spalding and Lori Nakamura from Team Bradley. Of course, they need no introduction for our Hawaii paddlers. Big congratulations out to them. Both straight hammers over there. I'm sure Lori was steering and Lauren was probably somewhere in the middle of a canoe. She's a great seat 5. But what I did like to see was the humility as the visitors and the humility towards the home team there. Just saying like, hey, tomorrow's going to be tough. We know these Tahitian women are great paddlers, and we're looking forward to another fun day of racing. And just the humility from what, in many people's estimation, is the best female paddler in the last 20 years, hands down. Nobody has won more world championships, I believe, than Lauren Spalding, sorry.
Yeah, so just in general right now, it's big congratulations on day 1. Team Hawaii definitely said they were going to come to Tahiti and try to put on a great effort, but coming away with a win for day 1 is awesome. Yep. It gives them a chance to hone in for tomorrow. It gives good momentum, but they do know there's a little bit more of that surf in Taha at some point. And
I would imagine they, just because they're coming so far and you don't know who might get sick or whatever, I'm sure they brought 12 girls, and you're representing just Hawaii. You're gonna stack your crew, right? So they come in there. They probably have a whole new bunch of girls. They're gonna have a new chemistry in the canoe tomorrow. But I think it's great to see. Like, are they? It's gonna be great to see tomorrow. Are they able to do it again and really think about what's happening in the psyche of those Tahitian women.
Yep.
They have, despite how humble our Hawaii paddlers could be, they've got to take it as, hey, we've been put on notice.
Yeah.
Right? These Hawaiians come up here. They think they can beat us. We're going to see a tough response by our Tahitian women, hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah, and I believe that was Teva in second. Strong team. They are absolutely a dominant Wahine paddling team down in Tahiti. And in the likes of Hinatea Bernardino and names like that. But as well as Iilani, I believe, just following Iilani last year and Dana,
Wow, look at OPT is just surfing there on the right of your camera. Impressive there. Beautiful performance. This is OPT, your current leader, as they near the shores and the finish line of this race. Pretty cool stuff here. Again, we're just enjoying bringing you this coverage of Hawaiki Nui Va'a 2024 being streamed to us by Tahiti Nui Television. And there is your current leader, OPT, Oni Pa'a on the front of their canoe. I like it. I wonder if there's a direct translation to Tahitian. But, man, they are going at it. Talk about attacking.
Look at that show.
You know what I love is how much fun they're having.
Wow, they're loving this.
It's hard to beat a crew that's in front of you, or hard to catch a crew in front of you that's having that much fun, because it's no longer just making your body do it. You're just doing it innately with a smile. You're enjoying it. It's the easiest to push yourself when you're having fun.
Look at that. I mean, you saw it right there. Everybody's hands up, just a lot of shaka. I mean, we see it. I've definitely followed a bunch of these paddlers over the course of the many years that I've been kind of keeping up with a lot of these racers in the likes of Hoatua there, another Te Aito winner and champion, a part of this crew. OPT coming off of a win last year, trying to do it once again is where it really counts, is kind of creating that potential dominance yourself, right? Because they're no strangers to winning. But, again, to take down another powerhouse such as Shell and stay ahead of Airtidi, it's going to come down to a really good battle here.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, just watching that, if that doesn't excite you to go out there.
Well, only a paddler knows the feeling,
man,
right?
Brad.
Only a paddler knows the feeling of being so in sync with the rest of your crew and being able to surf the open ocean and just flying across the surface of the water like that is pure elation. And you can see it in their body language and the raising of the hands and how much they are enjoying. And that's the type of energy and drive that can propel a crew like this right through to a first place finish today. So despite being heavily pursued by Tahiti Nui and Shell Va'a, this crew from OPT is crushing it with Oni Pa'a. Yep, solid.
Yeah, so just right here, we're seeing, some bumps, some surf, and then just good sense of chemistry in the canoe right now. But you can tell they're feeling it. They know they have potentially a lead. Obviously, they don't know exactly where the other crew is in relations. But, of course, as the steersman, you see them looking around, looking for bumps. Man, it's just a lot of excitement going on right now as they know they're getting closer to the inlet. It's going to just take a little bit more motivation to stay on the game, make sure they don't fall behind or make any mistakes here.
Right.
Especially because, it does come critical. So, yes, having fun, but, they're definitely locked in. And they're ready.
They're game time, bro. They got game face on, but with a smile, right?
Yeah, and you can feel the energy even just watching it through the TV. You see all the chase boats. You see just one canoe. Air Tahiti is slightly behind, not that far away. They're literally like two swells behind, and anything can happen. They can get a longer run, a nice 30-second runner or 1 minute runner. You never know.
Put it together a little better.
Yep. But currently on screen, I think we're seeing maybe a little bit of talks from some of our previous paddlers from the junior team, maybe, or
we have on our Facebook page, we have aloha from brother Jerry Best over there on the Big Island of Hawaii. part of Nakoa Kona, the Big Island 50s crew. Solid bunch of brothers and a good man right there, Jerry Best.
Yeah, Jerry.
My man. Aloha. We have Tepuhi saying Yorana out there. So mahalo to everyone joining us on Facebook. And, of course, our YouTube page for Ocean Paddler. We're going to be bringing you the same live coverage of days 2 and 3 of this year's Hawaiki Nui Va'a in Tahiti, and just beautiful racing. And we're getting close to seeing our top placing open men's crews approaching the island there.
Yeah, and just kind of just seeing other names on there. Just a big shout out to Richie Lobby that tuned in. What's up, Richie? I mean, I know you're watching, and just a big up to all your friends and family, and thank you for always welcoming us to Tahiti. And, shout out to Shell. They're putting on a great race right now, and we're going to see how it turns out. Currently on the classmen leaders board here, this is for your senior men. Currently leading, it looks like, again, Team OPT, holding it down. Air Tahiti right behind, and looks like Shell. Again, we're probably just less than 45 to an hour left of this race. Definitely more than 75% done.
Okay.
So,
and a quick update. We're going to be bringing you some updates concerning, in particular, the Hawaii men's team. We're working on getting some updates from our friends down there in Tahiti, watching the race with them. And kind of seeing exactly where they are. Our last report was that they're doing really well, paddling well. I'm not sure where they are in the pack. As you can imagine, based upon what we've seen on the screen here, they're not top 5, but I'm for sure they're putting on a great performance today, and so we'll bring you that update as soon as we have it.
Yeah, so it just, Jack, thanks for tuning in. We haven't seen any, video yet of the Team Hawaii, or we did see early on Team Japan, but even in relationship, it was too early. It was about 30 minutes in. Currently on Hawaii's team crew, I think I got an update. Looks like Kiko, Rylan, Daniel, Chase, Miles, and Avon. Looked like they were all in the crew today for Hawaii. So hopefully we can get an update on that, and I'm sure
That's a solid crew right there, brother.
I'm sure we're going to get, some updates hopefully shortly, and maybe we'll get a report on the water from one of our teams. But definitely, they're putting on a good effort. They're going against some big-time names here, and, man, I'm just looking forward to seeing how they're doing. But that's the latest that we have.
We have Jimmy Austin logging in on our Facebook page. Obviously, he's either real good with his phone or he's probably not racing today. But Jimmy's saying that they really have no idea of what their placing is, and Alcoa steering them. Nick's in 5.
Okay.
But they don't know where they are, and we're looking for us to let them know. Obviously, I think they're watching our coverage, seeing how the water is and what everybody's doing. Yep. Hey, man, if you can hear us, Jimmy, whatever line OPT was on, follow them. That seemed like it was the working line today, right?
Yeah. Definitely,
sure.
Right now, just kind of day one, we're just trying to follow and give as much information as we get. As again, we have our team in Tahiti giving us some information, obviously from TNT, and then as well as some of our paddlers and friends on the water. We do have some friends on other teams as well, such as Wailani from Lanikai. He's paddling with another Tahiti crew. Obviously, Pat Dolan, jumping in with Enviropole and just some other Hawaii paddlers. So really good to see that happening on the water.
But for sure, these guys representing, us here in Hawaii with the Team Hawaii, those men and the women as well. Just big mahalo for that effort you folks put together. And we all, are rooting for you and are here supporting you folks and trying to get the news about how you're doing to everybody that's out here in the islands. So mahalo for making the effort to go down there. Jimmy, you can share that with the fellas there, your whole crew and all the support staff that are down there coaching and helping you guys. Mahalo for making it happen and representing us, and we're supporting you 100%, gang.
Yeah, let's go. We're going to get it. We're, again, on day one. Still a lot of race to be had. As you know, we've got probably another good 7 hours of racing from any of these teams.
Nice.
So really exciting for some of us to watch, maybe not for some of them to be racing. They will be feeling it.
Oh, these
for
guys
sure.
love this stuff. Yeah, they're going to be feeling it, especially some of these teams that only have like 8 paddlers or whatever. But somebody like OPT or Team Hawaii or Shell, they're coming in there with 11, 12 paddlers. So they'll get a little bit of a respite, hopefully. And look at these guys, man. They are just loving it. You're getting a good 10-second break as you're catching these waves. It gives you the opportunity to sit up, stretch out your back a little bit. They are getting their hydration. They're just enjoying this surf run right here. And this steersman is just dialed in. Look at how fast they are moving, folks. That is incredible. Look at the spray coming off of the steersman's paddle when he pokes.
I mean, you can't do that in too many va's in a sense to maintain speed on a small bump like that. But, man, they're coming down, streamlining it, holding the line, and just enjoying it.
Well, what's neat about this Matahina that they're in is that as it comes down into the trough, it's able to continue that momentum that it caught on the drop and carry that through without even the paddlers really doing any paddling. So Team OPT here in first place, just crushing it right now.
Yeah, so again, for those of you just jumping in, tuning in, just really excited to bring this live coverage. Again, this is the first time it's getting live coverage in English here for you and the viewers. But really our goal is to really bring this VAA Federation to you, so that way we can all enjoy what's happening around the world. But in the likes of,
Wow, look at that. Oh, my gosh. And just, you know what? Right now, it's all about sharing the stoke. These guys are feeling it right now. If you're a paddler, if you've been lucky enough to be get to a level where, you were out there in perfect conditions in a good boat with a good crew and you were just surfing all downwind, or you've been in your one man, you know what that feels like. And these guys are loving it right now. This is, if you're a real pure paddler, this is joy. Yeah. This is your happy place. This is flow state for these guys, and it's beautiful to watch, and for all of us here in Hawaii, beautiful to finally be part of after all this time of hearing of this mystical unicorn Hawaiki Nui Va'a that happens every year in the golden motherland of paddling in Tahiti, and being able to just see it here and share it with you folks is really a privilege for all of us over here at Ocean Paddler.
Yeah, big shout out, man. Yeah, these boys are smoking across the water. You can see them just flying. And a huge shout out to the family, Uncle Heath Hemmings.
Heath.
Tuning in. Mahalo for jumping on.
Yeah, Heath Hemmings, one of our standout paddlers, a longtime steersman for Outrigger, comes from a big waterman family. And to have a guy like that watching, as well as my buddy Keone Miyake, having these brothers tuning in and enjoying the feed and watching us, and to get a comment from them that we're doing a great job, that means something. When you get a compliment from somebody, and it's always consider the source. And from those two guys that I hold both of them in really high regard, Keone Miyake and brother Heath Hemmings over there. And mahalo for tuning in, boys. Good to have you with us over here. And don't forget to share with the rest of your gang that will be here the next 2 days as well. So it's gonna be fun, and it's just one of those things. Hey, Brian, if you are doing whatever kind of work, Keone's a tiler. Maybe he puts this thing next to him while he's doing his work, and he can look and see what's going on. He's probably got it on his car or at the desk, kind of, trying to answer emails while he's watching the surf. But I know hopefully we can be a positive distraction in your morning to get you kind of pumped for this afternoon's train. You're going to see these guys. I was outside just a moment ago checking the wind line, and there's a Hawaii Kai run today. For sure. There's some wind.
Guaranteed.
So whoever's doing their Hawaii Kai run this afternoon, hopefully we can provide you with some stoke.
Yeah. Yeah, so just, following again, just a lot of the paddlers that are racing internationally. And again, we would love to have more people experience the opportunity to race in Tahiti, whether it's Hawaiki Nui or just going down to witnessing a te aito or jumping in one or just anything. Bora Bora, the Viper race, there's just unlimited opportunities to be a part of racing. And now with the relationship that we've built over, decades and decades of, interchanging just knowledge of paddling and building, man, it's just incredible. Quick update, looks like we had Jimmy Austin kind of give us a feedback a little bit. Looks like we are potentially in the top 20 for Team Hawaii. So definitely having a really good run at it. Top 20 is awesome, and that is competitive as it gets here.
Yep.
To show up and put out. Hopefully they can squeeze in and pass a few canoes coming up into the final channel here. But we did get some update. Hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit more information, exactly what happened, strategies.
Yeah, well, it certainly looks like fun water for them, and they're definitely, our Hawaii boys are getting it done out there. What you're seeing right here is the folks. Is that Hawaiki Nui again right there?
This one, so it looks like might be a different one. I think that's Arue.
Okay.
But Arue is just slightly back. I believe they were like in 6 on the upper pack. So.
Okay.
As we start getting a little bit closer into the channel, maybe the last 30 minutes when we get in towards the lagoon, we're going to see a little bit more closed up. The chase boats can't go inside, so we're going to be able to get a little bit more cleaner coverage. As you are watching, you see a ton of escort boats, then you see one canoe in between, then you see more escort boats and another canoe in between. So just so our viewers are watching, most times when a race spreads out through a channel, this is what's going to happen. So you're going to get, if you're a boat that's, say, in 20th or 30th place, you're dealing with all that boat wake in front of you. And so navigating a pure run might not be opportunistic for you. But for now, your top crews, again, looks like OPT, followed by Air Tahiti and Shell Va'a.
So for all of you that have experience in some of the bigger canoe races here in Hawaii, like Molokai Hoi, Navahini, Okekai, this would be our first place crew, or one of them, at least I think that's Shell Va'a, maybe on the left, I'm not sure on the right, but top crew either way. To have 10 plus boats following you that close as you're coming into a finish line, it may be a little treacherous in Hawaii if we're doing a 9-man race where we're making changes, right? You certainly need your space to be able to keep your paddlers safe as they get in and out of the water. But, man, just to have that many boats on the water following, cheering on, watching the race is incredible. And you can really see it as how vested in their va'a ohana these Tahitians really are.
Yeah, and that's why you go, and that you get that experience, and you hope to bring that back with you around like other friends and family, and they need to understand that, and that's what you get down there. You get all of that. You get a lot of family interaction, and everyone loves va'a. I mean, again, this is the Super Bowl of paddling for the Tahitians, and we're seeing it right now, live, incredible paddling, great surfing, man, just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, we're definitely coming up on that 3-hour mark here, and we're going to do our best to stay with you at least until our Hawaii crew finishes, at the very least, bring you their times and how they finish. I'm not sure. We're unable, as we said earlier, to control the feed, to control the interviews, that kind of stuff, but, we're going to bring you whatever we got on top of this live feed, and as we had mentioned, we got some of our extended ohana down there bringing us some quick video clips to kind of broaden your experience here, and kind of neat that we're able to take a video that somebody sent us on an iPhone and put it here live into this feed that we're bringing you guys. So kind of neat stuff. Yeah, for Jimmy, any of you guys out there, the Hawaii crews, the Hawaii ladies that are watching us, please, if you guys got any video that you guys can take and want to send to myself or to Micah or to Alex, I think at least a few of you have our contacts. Send us what you got, man. We'll put it up on the screen here, and you can guarantee that your Hawaii Ohana would be stoked to see it from your perspective. Again, this is Shell Va'a right here. We think they are in third. We'll see how this kind of we don't know by how much as these top 3 or 4 crews converge into the pass. There's going to be, I'm sure, a change of not maybe in leadership, but at least placing in the top 7 or 8 crews.
Yeah, and it's just, right here, as we kind of get to an idea of the times. So Shell's time last year was 3 hours, 18 minutes. So, again, that's going to be leg number 1. So day 1, just under 30 miles of racing. But as you can see, they came 3rd overall, even though on day 4 they got 8th place. So really what it comes down to is accumulated time. The fastest time, obviously accumulated, is the overall winner. But you definitely want to try your best to win one of the days because, again, it's you still can be a champion for at least one of the days. So podium is exactly what everyone is going to be shooting for. We're starting to see a little bit more of that, still surfing, a lot of surfing coming in. But, man, just Shell looking really smooth, always look really informed when they're paddling, and you can just see it real comfortable, still relaxed. Got some Tepui, Aloha, Yorana. We've got a bunch of people tuning in as well. So for those of you that just maybe tuned in or viewing, what we have going on today is we've got day 1. This is the first race. Right now, there we go. Looks like we have, this is going to be an update of earlier's race here of your junior men from OPT coming in at 1 hour and 1 minute. Again, that's your overall. So it looks like Team OPT, again, for the junior program, taking first place on day 1. Tuaiva Nui coming in second. Mataya Hoy coming in third. ET in fourth. And Tamari right there we have overall top 10 in the first race, the senior women from Hawaii. Oh, so it looks like...
Oh, Kalahui Kai came in 12th overall.
Second. So they beat...
12th overall, but second in the women.
Yeah, so
right?
So it was Team Hawaii in first, Kalahui Kai, which is also from Hawaii, in second, and then Teva in third. So I was mistaken on that red canoe.
Nice. And really only a minute or two apart because it was 109 for Team Hawaii and 110 for... so it's going to be tight racing all throughout. A minute over that many miles
Hawaii,
is nothing.
Hawaii.
Yeah.
Hawaii, Tahiti. So women, well done. Our women from Hawaii coming in first and second, it looks like, overall.
And I'm curious to see where our other, Kailua and Team Nalu came out too as well.
I'm pretty sure I seen Auntie Carr's name on that.
Huh?
I did. I know she's down there in Tahiti. So Auntie Car, if you're watching this, send me the update because I really want to know how that went.
Auntie Car, what a legend! My goodness, love that lady.
And then just everyone in general. I mean, we've seen obviously a lot more participation on the women's side, and the Wahine definitely going over there to make a small statement, but it's looking to be like a really big one. So
the statement's getting bigger all the time. We'll see how they do over the next couple of days. And again, from our Facebook feed, we got brother Kevin Olds over there enjoying the feed, and we have William Hodge. He's over there in Huahine watching our coverage in English. Cool. He's like, thank goodness, because I didn't know what the heck was going on until I could see it here in English.
Right
so,
on.
Not that we know what the heck's going on, Bill Hodges, but we're trying to do our best. At least you guys can see what's happening out in the ocean and kind of get a rough take of conditions and what's happening. But stoked to have you joining us all the way from Huahine. That's kind of a cool thing, huh, Alex, that they send it to us, we broadcast it and send it back to Tahiti for somebody from Hawaii to watch.
Right? That's exactly what happens. And, that's the beauty of, technology nowadays and bringing all the worlds together. For us to bring this live coverage on Ocean Paddler TV is, just an absolute joy for us. We love paddling, and we can't get enough of it. So, right now we've been watching a really incredible surf clinic from some of our top teams that we're able to watch.
Not one of them.
Oh, man, all of them. Every single.
I can imagine our Hawaii boys. Our Hawaii boys. Did you say you're going to give us a quick video update? Okay, folks. Here's what you've been waiting for. All our folks viewing us from Hawaii and hopefully around the world as well. We've been sent some video of how our Hawaii team is doing, and we're gonna we've edited it down, and we're gonna give you a little quick update of the progress on Team Hawaii, the men's crew. Here you go.
Here we are, Team Hawaii, about
tune it up.
45 minutes probably from the finish, maybe a little more. And we're somewhere in the top 20 is our guess. There's a big split in the pack in the beginning. A lot went north, and then the other part went south. Seemed like Shell was part of the group that went south, and I'm not sure if OPT was in the north group. We're in a nice little battle here.
Yeah, and there we go. We have live coverage or some coverage from the water by none other than Team Hawaii, Jimmy Austin, on their chase boat, it looks like. And he was giving us an update. Right there on screen is your Hawaii team. Team Hawaii currently looks like they're in the top 20. They're having a good race. Like he was mentioning, there was a team that, a group that went more south, and obviously a team that kind of stuck a little bit more north. It looks like they were kind of in the middle, so I think they just chose a line which they could probably read and see everyone. But yeah, we're going to see how they fare at the end of this day one. But thanks for the update, Jimmy.
Yeah, mahalo, Jimmy. He's gunning for your job, Micah.
He can have it as long as I get to go on that one.
Yeah, right. Train with him. Huh?
I'm more than happy to go jump on a chase boat.
Both of you get free flights to Tahiti, right?
Man, let's go.
Classic. But here again, we're back with our leader OPT as they are just what looks like maybe less than a mile from coming in on the pass. By your estimation, Micah, once they come into the pass, they they work up along the coastline in the lagoon. About how far is that distance?
Oh man, that's close. Less than a couple miles.
Okay,
so it's going to be fast. We look like we're going to have maybe
probably like three miles or less from the finish line.
Yeah, I would say probably right around there. We're looking at just around that.
And they are not letting up. Look at this, man.
Yeah,
you guys are crushing.
And don't quote me, but I do want to find out what the fastest time is for leg one, because they look like they had one of those kind of like perfect kind of conditions, if you will, for them.
Right.
Because anybody that ends up breaking a record on day one, it must be perfect conditions. You know, really, if you think of it.
Or at least you pick the right line for the conditions.
Right, for the conditions. So in all reality, we're seeing OPT. Looks like they're defending their title as best they can, as this is day one. But they have been having a good race, a great line. And it looks like they're holding off Air Tahiti, but kind of want to see maybe a drone-out shot where when they come into the pass, because right now we're seeing a lot of chase boats and a lot of escorts, so it's hard to dictate where each crew is. But as you can see right here, overall last year on 2023, they took second in the first leg, fourth in the second, and first overall in the third, and they actually got them first overall in for the 3 days.
But I think, as you had mentioned, it probably got them. As you had mentioned, Mike, it probably got them first overall because Shell had that challenge on day 3.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, anything can happen throughout any course of this race, but just to get placements on any day is incredible feats. But this one is really important. Day one really sets the kind of the standard, because you can control what happens in day 2 as well, and you're forced to make other crews make the difference.
Right, you don't want to go in to days 2 and 3 in a deficit, right? You want to come from a position of security, a position of power to get in there and make it happen. So
yeah, and again, we're gonna see a little bit more strategies as well, because some of these paddlers won't be racing tomorrow, and some will, and you're going to get fresh blood and fresh legs and fresh arms and fresh everything in there sometimes.
Right.
You can basically be at 12 men on your crew. You can go 6 and 6. So Yeah, so I definitely, I guess I was correct. It is that 3:11
Right again,
mark.
bro. How does it feel, bro?
Oh, it feels incredible. Iolani taught me a thing or two. Shamana taught me a few things.
Yeah, boy, it feels incredible.
So no, but
Classic.
it's just when you love paddling, you just go and find out everything you know.
But do you like having what you said confirmed by Jimmy Austin?
I do. He can't take my job just yet.
He said he don't want it. He's gonna keep paddling.
Okay.
But, so Mr. Austin to you has confirmed that the record was at 3:11 in 2010 by Shelva.
Yeah, no, I want to paddle with Jimmy too. So I mean, I watched all of their surfing escapades and stuff. Man, it's just incredible.
Yeah, good fun.
Yeah, but right here, OPT. Again, on your screen, your leader for day one. Just trying to hold it down as they come near the inlet here. We're at 2 hours and 57 minutes. I think no doubt we're going to see the veteran men finish in about 20 minutes. I'm curious to find out exactly the mileage left, because you can kind of start gauging it as they come closer into the inlet. But right now, just OPT making sure that they get a good time. It's really what it comes down to. It's all about time.
Nice work by these guys. Amazing stuff. It doesn't seem like they're letting up very much. Like you said, they are at this point racing the clock, right? They know they've secured first place by today, but any 30-second, minute, 2-minute piece that they can gnaw away from today's race to put them ahead of that much more ahead of second, third place crews is going to give them the advantage coming into days 2 and 3.
Yeah, just looking at their paddling rate right now coming in, they're actually doing about 60 strokes a minute, which is pretty, I would say on the faster side sometimes for the Matahina, because you can actually slow it down and maintain the same type of speed. So they're usually average anywhere between like the 46 to 60 range.
Okay.
They usually don't push anything past it because there's no need to.
And look at that. They're coming into the shallow water already.
Yeah, so look at this. Like, good conditions, man. Just look at how beautiful it gets. You know, you're out of that treacherous channel somewhat for some people, especially on the surf on the Ama. Yep. But right now you're coming into the little pass here.
And that's just typical Tahiti. It just goes from super deep, hits this wall of coral and just rises up. And it can get treacherous in there too, but I'm sure these steersmen are super aware of where the breaking wave is. But you can see the course there coming from Huahine to Raiatea, and they're going to be coming in that pass. Where they are right now is right at that corner. They need to head a little bit to the left to go around that small island that's in the middle of the inlet there, and then make their way down the lagoon to the finish line.
Yeah, I think they have a really good shot at breaking that 3:11. They're probably, it's going to be close. I got a feeling
this is not very far. I'd be surprised if they had more than a 3:20 overall.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're going to see about 3:15.
So this is that small island that we were talking about that they have to go around.
Right.
They're taking kind of a left turn around this island, and then it's just, maybe
home stretch. 2 miles.
2 miles or less. Now, if you want to think that sprint paddling during Hawaii regattas is about 8-minute miles, you're thinking about, and this is a crew of top paddlers, they could easily get into the 3:15 range. And so we're guessing at the distance they have to cover, it could be less. And so it's going to be exciting either way. It's going to be a fast finish.
I'm going to go with 3:09. I'm going to go with the 3:09.
Oh, you're going for a hat trick out today. You want to be right 3 times. Okay.
I mean,
I feel you, dog. I feel you.
Yeah, no, just right now in general.
You're going to shoot the whole thing on black, huh?
Hey, man, if I got to. No, just right now, it's just been incredible to watch. We're seeing OPT coming into that final inlet here, and they're going to round the buoy. They're going to take a straight shot in, and not that much to go. Slightly behind, we see Air Tahiti.
God, look at that cool little motu right there.
Man, I'm telling you right now, Raiatea, Taha, I mean, just everywhere in Tahiti is just absolutely gorgeous.
Wow, look at that.
But I will say, tomorrow's backdrop going around Taha is just gonna be
mind-boggling,
incredible.
yeah.
And anybody that's been there, you just absolutely are mesmerized the moment you see it. It's incredible. But we see, looks like our second crew is coming in to the pass right here, and we're hoping to get that final look at the sprint to the end. Yeah, and here we go. So we're at 3 hours and 2 minutes. We don't have much more left to go in this first day, but just look at it, how beautiful that water is, Kalai. Just incredible view. And it looks like right behind them is going to be Shell. So, man, Air Tahiti and Shell are literally 2-3 canoe lengths separation.
Wow, that second place
battle
is going to be tough. I mean, Air Tahiti's not going to let up, but man, Shelva is in the hunt. What's neat is that couple-minute lead that the OPT guys have built on the rest of the field. Yeah. That is going to help them coming up.
Yeah, I think we're going to see about a minute separation from first and second, but we're going to see less than 7 or 8 seconds between second and third. So, man, this is going to be incredible. So this is your turn buoy here, looks like, and then that final little stretch going in. But as you can see, it's only it's so close. There's less than 3 canoe lengths between second and third. That's Air Tahiti and Shell Va'a battling it out for second and third. So
beautiful coverage, man.
Podium
Beautiful
finishes
coverage.
right here. OPT coming into that final, looks like that final stretch there. We're again at 3 hours and 3 minutes.
So here's the gamble if you're a coach, Micah. Are you whipping these guys into the finish line to gain another 30 seconds, or are you just letting them finish with confidence and stretch it out and knowing that you're probably going to have to rely on these guys one of the next 2 days coming up?
Yeah, I think most of them with the strategy is, there's no sense in trying to over push and hurt anybody at this point. You are in the lead. You can maintain it. You're confident. You're a strong crew. You're coming off of last year's win. This is great. Obviously, coming in first is a great motivator for tomorrow. It also gives you that precedence of you can relax, but not much. 1 minute is a lot of time for these crews. But, if you're coming in and it's, 10 seconds, that's a whole different game.
It doesn't seem to me like you could let up at any point in this race with how tight it is, on this finish as well.
Yeah.
As well as it's going to be tomorrow,
Yeah, tomorrow.
You never know.
Yeah, tomorrow's the sprint day, so, times will be close as well.
And this OPT crew could have been a better surfing crew, or they could have picked a better line. Tomorrow, your surfing and your how you choose your line is not as important because the course is pretty finite and determined, right?
Yeah, it's kind of, that's how it's going to be no matter what, right? Day 3 though is kind of the grueling day, because again you can take different lines and you might be at a different I want to say like a different mind frame at that, or state of mind at the time, because who knows what's happening. But this is just incredible to see right here.
Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff.
So they're saying that the record was set in 2010 by Shell Va'a, and that was 3 minutes 11:47. So
closer to 3:12.
Closer to 3:12. So right here it's 3 minutes and 3 hours and 5 minutes.
They're not that far from the finish line, bro.
No, they're very, very close right now, and they have a very good opportunity to.
I wonder if the coach let them know.
I mean, hey, why not? Why not break the record? It's been there for a while now, 14 years. Hey, go do it.
If you can. I think if they have a real shot. And just, again, after 28 or so miles of paddling, look at how big the body still is. They're not cramping up or shortening that stroke at all. A big, nice open stroke. They're getting a good catch up front, and it's just a smooth recovery. But the precision and they don't seem to be letting up at all, brother.
No.
They
look at that. They
I think
turned
they
it up.
They
Look,
can taste it.
They're
Now.
gassing
They can
it.
freaking taste it.
Look at that.
They're using whatever they
Just-
got right there. Little boat wake bump right there. Keep that whole speed up. Amazing stuff from this crew. And look how big the body is, how big the reach is. And this is classic OPT stuff. They tend to use a bigger, slower stroke. You can see, look at the bottom hand, how choked up a lot of these guys are on the shaft. Their hand is kind of higher above the blade than you might see some of the other crews.
Yep.
They tend to pick, like I said, a little bit longer paddle and have a bigger stroke. And this is a type of water and type of synergy that you can have in a crew where those type of choices, having a bigger blade, a longer paddle,
Right.
a little more leverage to put into each stroke, where that kind of stuff is really going to pay off. And, man, it paid off today.
Yeah, what a great race OPT had right here. And you can see, like you said, Kalai, just real in sync, great paddling, all body, nice and smooth. And it looks like they're coming up to that final stretch of reef on the inside. And
oh, man, we have just about 4 minutes left. And that is quite a bit of time when you're moving at this rate.
Yeah, it looks like
if they don't beat it, it's going to be darn close.
It looks like they're just sniffing really close to the
And
2010
look,
record.
They feel it. Oh, imagine that front row seat right there.
It's 3 hours 7 minutes 55 seconds so far. The record is 3:11:47 for day one, set by Shell in 2010. But oh my goodness, this is turning out to be quite the show.
Look at how idyllic and perfect that lagoon coastline in Tahiti is. My goodness.
There we see Shell. I'm not too sure if Shell is, again, still in third, but they just cut back to Shell here. Again, we see them coming in. Man, looks like they put a little bit more gas on the pedal, if you will. I think they are trying to close up the gap.
Certainly a different stroke. They are paddling quicker.
Yeah.
They are trying to make up time. Would seem like, but a shorter, choppier, quicker stroke. This is a kind of stroke that really lends to the way that they turn it up and adjust their rate to surf and catch waves out in the open ocean. But I tell you, I really do love that big body type stroke of the OPT.
Yeah, I definitely want to see how close they are to the finish as of right now. Looks like they're almost there.
Look at that lagoon, folks, on the right. My goodness. Wow. Okay, they got roughly 2.5 minutes to break the record. It's going to be close, man.
Yeah, we called it 3:09, but we're closer more to like the 3:11 mark. They're probably I think they're gonna beat it. I think they're gonna get right close enough to it, but we'll see. And again, we just see Shell. Shell's definitely trying to put on a little bit more gas here as they're trying to close the gap. Wow.
I don't know. That looks a little far.
Yeah, that's a
little far.
That's a lot further than you can get to. No way. But very good effort on trying to break the record. But either way, looks like they have a great separation. I mean,
it also kind of looks like they're surfing that boat wake. But hey, whatever it takes, right? I think they're all surfing boat wake at this point. Look at how beautiful it is there, folks.
Yeah.
Look at all those boats coming in, following them from one island to the next. Incredible.
Anyway, for those of you tuning in, this is your day one, Hawaiki Nui 2024. Currently, your leader is OPT, followed by it looks like it's either Shell or Air Tahiti, but they've panned right to Shell, so I'm assuming Shell might have walked on Air Tahiti, but they haven't showed second place yet, so we'll get an update shortly.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. It may be because they had the
Where
the
the
record.
I was
They
gonna-
were the defending champion of
Sure.
this leg,
Yep.
right? Yeah, we're not quite sure whether Shell is in second or third.
I think they're in third because I think this is where the camera boat is. Because right there,
Right
is
there,
Air
right there.
Tahiti.
Yep, yep.
So again, it's
Because I think if the camera boat was up by
we're gonna get close. Maybe it's gonna be
within a minute or two, man.
yeah, it's close. Maybe they're gonna no. So the record didn't get.
But great stuff nonetheless. Look at that.
Yeah, they're really close to it.
They're within a couple of minutes for sure.
That just goes to show that
what's interesting to notice too is like all these paddlers, broad-shouldered but not bulky guys.
No,
they're all pretty lean, slim build, very sinewy kind of guys. You know, but man, they look strong, pound per pound, strong kind of guys. There you go. You have it on your right. You're going to see
less
they have,
than
they
2
have
minutes.
a good distance still to finish.
Yeah, less than a couple of minutes to finish, but definitely gonna finish. Probably, I would say maybe a couple minutes ahead of the other crews potentially. There's definitely a good separation between them and second place right now, but we're about to find out what that time looks like. Day one, guys, wrapping up right here. OPT gonna win your day one. Wow, just a really, really good race. Look at all the people lining up along that water's edge. I mean, it's just going to be...
It's a big wharf area right there, right here. They have a big ship coming in. What a beautiful coastline they have there. Probably what has been just part of that ability to use the va'a to travel from place to place along these lagoons in Tahiti. You know, it's the va'a has not only been an element of sport for them, but really just an element of basic transportation. You know, if you live on the water and you need to go to the store on another part of the lagoon, you just jump on your one man and you paddle over there. It makes much more sense than turning on your car, right? So there's a big Shell Va'a flag flying there in the background. But as we are, again, coming into our finish line, just 2 minutes ahead of the record set back in 2010 by Shell Va'a. And pacing it out is this crew from OPT. Now, OPT, who are they under? Who are they sponsored by? One is the mail and one is the electric company, right? EDT is the electric, and these OPT is the mail service there in postal service there in Tahiti.
Yeah, the good thing about being a part of a team like this is just that support that you can get.
Yeah,
but
corporate support.
But OPT is, man, they're so strong. They've been having really good races right here.
Quite a while.
But right now, trying to defend the title. And clearly, coming across first place here is going to be OPT, day one. Man, just incredible racing here. This is a long 3 hours and 16 or plus minutes, potentially.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing about it is, in their minds, preparing for this race today, I can imagine OPT would have been thinking, hey, we won last year, but everybody thinks we won because Shell had problems on the third leg. And whether that's true or not, they're really here to show that regardless of how well Shell does in their own crew, we're here to prove that we deserve to be, in the gold medal.
Yeah, and then, we just seen some really good surfing on the line that they took, as well as holding off Air Tahiti, probably about 3/4 way in, because Air Tahiti wasn't too far behind. They probably could have been a swell or two behind, but really the separation happened probably in that last maybe 80% of the race.
Mm-hmm.
At that 80% mark, they just totally took the charge and just walked away from everyone.
Nice. Beautiful stuff. They're still kind of surfing and using some of that near shore chop as they Yeah, look at that. They're surfing, bro, on the inland waters of this lagoon. Beautiful stuff by OPT. And imagine what it's taking to keep that hull speed.
And then you can see right now, though, the winds have definitely turned on. There's a lot of texture on the water. So just battling maybe that other side of the lagoon, because as we were watching earlier when they first came in, not too bad, kind of clean. But you could see there's definitely the wind has turned on.
Look at that armada of vessels right there, you know. Incredible. A little bit bumpy right there, kind of working around the corner here. Looks like they want to surf straight down, but they've got to kind of work their way at an angle across this last section. On your right, OPT currently in the lead, and in third place on the left, that is Shelva.
Yeah, some really good angles here for us to see, and look at this pan out drone view of Shell on the left hand side.
Yeah, now they're going to try to give you a look at how far back from Air Tahiti Nui Shelva is. So right there in front of them, that other canoe closer to the point there, that is Air Tahiti Nui. And so they've kind of maintained that same separation, if not open up the gap a little bit on Shelva.
Yeah, I think just a little bit more, and you can see how far OPT is in relationship to Air Tahiti. Right now, we're just at the finish. So as soon as we come across right here, we'll see the time. So it looks like it's going to be about 3:18 something. So 3:18:03.
Oh, flying the AMA across the finish line there. Pretty cool. 3:18:04 for our winner in leg one of this year's Hawaiki Nui Va'a OPT.
And there we go. Air Tahiti coming in a strong second place here. They also just hit that little win spot. So what's important to take note is going to be the time difference. It's basically going to separate these teams here. It doesn't mean there's going to be a separation in the start time that you get to go. Kind of like, you watch bike racing.
Oh, right.
It just means accumulated time. So the other part to, worry about is, race starts. You never know what happens at a race start. You never know what happens during surf or on a sprint or whatever.
But what we're going to be looking at is the amount of
1 minute
time they're going to have to be making up. We just passed a minute mark, and as we mentioned earlier, that time between 2 and 3 is going to be negligible, but the time between 1 and 2 is going to be almost a minute and a half.
Yeah, well done there by Air Tahiti coming in second place, just a little over a minute and 20 seconds or so. And then third place going to none other than Shell Va'a here, coming across maybe about 20 or so seconds behind second place. So, wow, that was a long race. Work. 3 hours and 20 minutes roughly. But you can see right there the time difference is 20 seconds between Air Tahiti and Shell, and then about a minute and 25 or 26 seconds between them and OPT. So it's definitely a close race for your top three. In fourth place, it was Huahine and Pire in that area. So we're going to see, and then I think EnviroPole got dropped a little bit. So we'll see what the top 10 looks like. We're trying to follow up on some of our other international crews. Hawaii and Japan were the two offset crews here that came to battle the best. And but right there, we have it, 1, 2, and 3, Kalai.
Pretty tight. That minute and more or less minute and a half advantage that OPT will have going into the finish. Going into days 2 and 3 of racing will certainly be appreciated by all their paddlers.
Yeah, right here we got an interview by OPT steersman having a good race and talking about the conditions and what he experienced throughout the race.
Après, il fallait quand même serrer les boulons vers la fin. D'accord. Juste pour demain, pour nous, on va changer les 6, comment ça va se passer?
Ouais, demain on change 6. Après, je pense que troisième étape, on va remettre la première équipe. Ouais.
D'accord. Félicitations encore.
Bravo, bravo en tout cas à ces champions du team OPT qui s'imposent.
Nice work here, and you can see our again the gap developing between our canoes that have already made it across the finish line and those in 4th and 5th place. So OPT had a little bit of a gap on Air Tahiti Nui and Shell Va'a, but now there's a gap quite a ways back. As we had mentioned, Team Hawaii is back there. They're running about top 20, and we're going to continue our broadcast at least until they make it across the line so we can get a good feel of how they finish and how their times are comparing. But right now, congratulations to Team OPT for a win in leg 1 of today's Hawaiki Nui Va'a.
Yeah, and then just, kind of watching Kalai, this battle here for those top 3 positions was super interesting. As we were watching the race, there was a good separation between 2 groups, one going more south and one obviously taking the more north direction. But right here, we do see another crew coming in. We'll get an update, but I can't really tell who it is.
This is a paddler from Shell Va'a.
Justement, le cap déterminant, vous n'avez pas défailli.
Definitely, these guys put in some work today.
Comme ça, c'est la course. On baisse pas la tête. Il reste encore 2 jours. Et David nous a bien préparé aussi pour la laguer. Félicitations à les 2 équipes de haut. Et merci Seigneur. Merci à nos familles. Voilà, on lâche pas.
Saltaina uri o ia a te tapena o te ene ia pupu no shelva te harumei te tiar a toru I te mana I no te tu a mata moa. Sal, wa tupu mai te tau tohu era?
Ti matou nani, na moro, maruru ta matou tata whaini ni, David. Ti matou nani matrarami te awa no huahine, a pepe ano matou te me ropu ia huahine reatea. Wamata matou turei, I turei rame, I tito matou I te au pete, ta, ti hope mea, choira, e rau I ti mahana tau, ta, o inini, pratata no tahari aru,
And there we have it. So we had our interview with Shells, Charles Tenari. So just, having a little bit words with the race. But right here, Huahine.
Huahine coming in, yeah.
Huahine coming in to that final pass and the reef line here. We're going to see them finish. It looks like they're currently in 4th place.
Yeah, 4th or 5th place. I think there was another crew in front of them, perhaps.
I think it was a veterans crew that came in front of them.
So are they required to wear the race jersey?
From what I understand, yes. Everybody.
But their hat can be whatever they want.
From crew hat or, team.
Coming right into the finish line there. Ooh. A little bit of boat chop coming across.
And there it
in
is.
4th place, Team Huahine with a 3:25. We got them just about exactly 7 minutes behind our leader.
And just to give everyone perspective, of what happened, Shell won 1st and 2nd legs and ended up coming in 8th place in the 3rd leg on day 3. And they were 8 minutes behind the leader, but still ended up 3rd overall. And as you can see, it's only a 7-minute difference between 1st and 4th. So anything can happen. I mean, anything over 20-plus miles on any given day or 40 miles, time differences can be 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and change your whole race.
That's a distance that'll eat you up, And Micah, do you find that there tends to be more of a separation once you get to the 3rd day?
Yeah.
Like, everybody's pretty fresh coming off of this, right? The hype is real
yep.
on day 1, but by day 3, you kind of begin to realize whether you really have a chance or not, or whether you're just waiting for another crew to run into some hard times, which is totally possible, as we saw last year with Shelva'a. But, man, it would seem to me like the crews that have better training and more, let's say, depth. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I think watching, overall, like I agree with what you're just saying. It's going to really be that kind of strategy type of paddling again, because day 3 is where we do see more of the separation. That's such a further distance. We're talking 5 hours for many of these crews. Coming across in 5th place, Hina Raurea, and they were putting on a strong beginning half of the race, and we've seen them in the big group. So Hina Raurea coming in 5th place. We just saw an interview with Hotu Poroi, the steersman from Air Tahiti. Man, steered an excellent race, coming in 2nd overall. So great shot to, maintain and stay within the podium for sure.
Hina Raurea. I like that. Do you know where in Tahiti they're from?
I don't.
Okay.
And
here's your guys from Enviropol. This is the team that Pat Dolan is a part of this year, not in today's race. Maybe we'll see him tomorrow on day 3, but pretty cool to have one of our Hawaii standout paddlers racing with these guys.
Yeah, definitely excited to see this,
6th place, Enviropol. Great stuff here as they come into that shoreline. Man, it is beautiful. They're going to be paddling around the corner, bringing their canoes out of the water, packing things up for today. But really, this is going to be a time for a lot of these canoes, a lot of these paddlers to kind of rest, recover, refuel, get some good meals in you, start downing that coconut water.
Yeah, for sure. And then looking at this, we're going to see a lot of tight battles. I think going into around the 12 through 18, we're going to see a little bit more of that closeness. We were talking about the time differences. Tomorrow's, because it's more of a sprint, you're going to see people push it. They're going to try to maintain and keep the time differences a lot shorter.
And less surfing too, right?
Yep. It's a little bit
tomorrow's
more,
like straight paddling.
It's a little bit more sprinting. There could be a lot more wind depending on where they exit, but usually coming down behind the island is not as bad, except for, there is a whole back stretch of like 8 miles where it can be pretty windy.
But they're staying within the lagoon, though.
Yeah, they're not going too far out. They don't go outside too much. They stay a lot more indoors. But like I'm saying, we're seeing a little bit more of the battles now here. 7 and 8 place is getting a good little battle here. But Hina Raurea is always a strong crew. When they've come to Molokai, they've definitely done really, really well. Enviropol, obviously, almost rounding off the top 5.
Beautiful stuff. There's always those battles within a battle, and these guys are paddling hard the whole way, nonstop, giving it everything they got. As you had mentioned, this could make a big difference for them in how their times add up over day 3 and day 4. So we got a couple Popora Tehoi Mamu.
Yeah, Popora Tehoi Mamu. That's great. We have Mark Manate and family, Bora Bora area.
Okay, so as you had mentioned, this majority of our finishers will be in that 3.5 hour mark, maybe as much as 4 hour mark. And so, nice work by those crews. Wasn't there another crew that came in the same time with them? That might have been in the veteran.
Yeah, it was it looked like a veterans 50 crew.
The winning 50s crew, maybe.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely have to see the update, but just watching this, we're gonna see. Definitely the closeness. I think anywhere between the top 20, it usually feels like it gets a lot closer in that range with the time frames. But as we see a Bora team, which was Popora Tehoi Mamu, that's Manate.
A couple more canoes coming here in the finish line. This beautiful wharf area here. in Raiatea.
Timara'a looks like.
We're gonna get the top 10 finishing times being listed on the TV there.
Timara'a Va'a there coming across in 8th, and then 9th place.
Pirai Va'a.
So Pire is coming across as Stevie and Hititua team. And let's see who this one is. Yeah, man.
It is rough on that inside water there, man. It's bumpy for these guys. There is a little something to use, but man, that last several hundred yards is kind of a bumpy deal coming in here.
Yeah.
And here's our 10th place finisher, Arue Va'a, 3:32. So really only about 14 minutes, almost exactly separating first and 10th place, which, 14 minutes in top level paddling is an eternity.
Oh yeah, it's and that's still close, anytime it's within that, I want to give you that 20-minute threshold because realistically after we're looking at, another 2-hour race tomorrow, another 4.5-hour race the following day. So you're looking at 7 hours of racing. And when you look at that time and you say 20 minutes and 7 hours, it doesn't seem like much. It's like really, really close.
That's like 1/20th of your race.
Yeah. So really, when you really kind of slow it down, it gives you a better idea and perspective of anything can happen.
Right. For sure. As we saw last year, right, where anything can happen, and they ended up having somebody OPT snuck in for a win.
Yeah, and then even the more intensive side to all of this is just really trying to find out what you got in the tank on day 3, and hopefully you have some fresh paddlers in there because I give credit to a lot of these teams who only have 8 paddlers, maybe 9. That's a big.
Bro, that's crazy.
That's a challenge all in itself when you're going against teams with 12. They can put a whole fresh set in there if they needed to. But other than that, just look how beautiful that canoe is. I mean, just coming across 11th place there, probably with a time of about 3 hours and 34 minutes.
All right, so we're getting some commentary from our Hawaii guys, and they said they just came into that pass in between where they had that island in the middle. There's about a half a dozen canoes surrounding them, so they got a good battle for the next 2 or 3 miles coming in here. So within about, I don't know, what do you think, about 20 minutes?
Yep.
We'll see them within about 20 minutes.
Yeah,
we'll
about
see
20 minutes.
Team Hawaii coming in to a finish here. But again, your top 10 canoes finishing there on the screen. All right, we're going to head out to a commercial break right here and come back with more action and, of course, a finish from Team Hawaii as we bring you our continued live coverage of Hawaiki Nui Va'a 2024.
Of course, it's the number 1 V6 we go to when we talk about the Matahina.
Maybe for him it's heavy, but for us it's very light because in Tahiti we can increase the speed, The canoe is more adapt in long distance.
When you are steering it, like you are able to manage the steer easy, she change her way very easy. I feel very comfortable on the canoe, and I love the glide of that canoe.
It was awesome to see the Matahinas do so well. They glide super smoothly. It's like cutting butter.
Inside in the lagoon or outside and in the ocean, it's a canoe that can catch waves easily in every kind of conditions. This is the best canoe right now at this moment.
For sure, the new Matahina is amazing.
Around the world and in every type of water, the Are Tahiti Matahina is at the front of the pack. Get yours at shopoutrigger.com. Zone Media is proud to be celebrating 20 years of Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, Hawaii's leading action sports program. 10 years of Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to perpetuating the sport and culture of paddling. Our groundbreaking and cutting-edge live broadcasts have made paddling and surfing spectator sports, showcasing Hawaii's heritage to the rest of the world. Zone Media is the world's leader in Hawaii-based action programming. Let us help you grow your business or sporting event. If you love the water, you'll love outrigger paddling. The absolute thrill of paddling a canoe, connecting with nature, the community of a canoe club, getting fitter, stronger, and happier. Find out why more and more people are enjoying traditional rudderless canoes. Go to areoutriggerworld.com and we'll help you get started.
All right, your Ocean Paddler Ohana is back here bringing you continued live coverage of this year's Hawaiki Nui Va'o provided by Tahiti Nui TV. And as you just saw in that last commercial, big mahalo out to Are Outrigger for making today's broadcast in English, which is, I guess, a facsimile of what we're speaking here today, making that possible. And so big mahalos out to Are and TNT TV, all of them for making that possible for us. And, of course, Hawaiki Nui Va'o. The whole race organization for putting this on. I've been really impressed, not only with the paddling, of course, yourself and our paddlers, but how clean, all the turns are, the start is, the graphics package that they're putting up, the fact that they got the top 10 placing times there on the bottom of your screen. And so really pretty sweet job by TNTV, and mahalo for sharing this feed with us so Micah and I can kind of bring the excitement and the hype of Hawaiki Nui to the English-speaking world.
Yeah, just really exciting. We saw some amazing paddling and races today. Today was all about that kind of power endurance, kind of in that middle range. And we got to see kind of what we thought would happen. We definitely picked out some of the top crews. We've seen some little surprises here and there with some of the other crews coming in that, maybe are definitely powerhouses in Tahiti, but maybe not well known to the outside international field.
Right. Like Pire, a lot of these guys,
and things like that.
Enviropol, I hadn't heard much about them before. It was great, man.
Yeah.
It's great. And congratulations out to Team Hawaii Women and our Kalahui Kai for first and second in the women's division. That was one of the big stories today. The other was OPT getting really close to breaking that record, but they were first place today. We're looking at defending their title, but we are not done yet as we're looking at some of our final crews coming across the line here, and we're going to be hanging out and see how our Hawaii boys doing. Our intel from the field tells us they're just about 10 minutes or less from coming across the finish line, so it's going to be fun watching them.
Yeah, I think.
Is that Manutea right there? Owen?
No, Poporo. Different team.
Looks like him, though. It is, Brach. Look.
It's blurry.
Yeah, blurry.
Yeah. Oh, yep. Looks like it.
So Manutea Owen is from Huahine. He is he's probably about 40 now or so, something like that. But he was born to a Tahitian mother and a American father, and lives on a pearl farm in Huahine, and he was kind of really instrumental with helping to bridge that contact between Hawaii and Tahiti, because he could speak English and was one of the top Tahitian paddlers as well. He's a Te Aito winner, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And then he was, now that he's in the Masters, he's holding it down there and has been doing extremely well. Watched him win Bora Bora when I was up there racing, and just
a great guy, bro. I love that, brother.
Yeah,
super nice guy.
Hopefully tomorrow maybe we can bring together the clip of him and sharing his his knowledge with us when we were in Bora Bora was just an incredible thing. But what a great person and a good coach.
Yes.
And just in general, I mean, when you meet people, that's one person that just leaves a really memorable
plenty
mark.
aloha, that brother. Yeah. Plenty aloha. Yeah. Yep, and a straight assassin in the canoe. Yeah, he's in Hama. Good brother right there, and an incredible steersman. But again, we're going to be continuing our coverage as we wait for our team from Hawaii to come in here. These brothers are guaranteed closing in on the finish line, and on your right is you can see some of the boats that are out here. That some bikinis there. It's really a festival going on here in the finish line of day one at the Hawaiki Nui Wa'a.
Yeah, day one just proved to us exactly what we said. You know, we're going to see elite paddling. I mean, to watch that type of battles in the middle of the race with the surfing and, you know, just coming in, and you could see how much effort these paddlers had to put in to get through 3.5 hours of paddling.
For sure. Yeah, we're in the midst of the coverage here. We're trying to pick out any words that would indicate to us that a Hawaii team is coming across the line.
And then right here we have none other than Stevie Boy, paddler from Pide, and they came in at 9th place, and, you know, just kind of talking about a little bit more about, you know, what it's going to take to get to the podium. But they had a really good race there, and they were definitely in the top pack. As coming in top 10 really gives you a shot at potentially podium, because, again, anything can happen. Separation of less than, 13 minutes between them and first, but also only less than 10 minutes between them and podium, so anything can happen. We still got 2 more days of racing, but right there we see a crew coming across with only
5.
5 paddlers, and I think we saw that in the middle of the race. So for them to be coming across probably in top 20 with only 5 paddlers is saying a lot.
Pretty good. Pretty darn good. I wonder if there was a little bit of advantage in the surfing because you had a little more weight up front. I'm not sure, but, would you definitely say from your experience watching this race, Micah, that any of these crews in the top 10 that we see on our screen here are, is that another crew with only 4?
Yeah, another crew with 5 guys, and man, just wow. I'm not too sure. Hopefully we can get an update of what happened, but it does look like we just seen back-to-back crews with only 5 paddlers in there, and man, that's amazing.
That's rough. So again, would you say any of these 10 crews that you see in the bottom of the screen have a real opportunity to win this thing? I mean, are you within, how far, let's, for instance, OPT after leg 1, how far back were they?
So they were only, from what I understand, when I looked at the times, they looked like they were only a couple minutes behind. I think it was like a minute and a half.
Okay.
But again, they were like 2nd place and then 4th place and then 1st place, right? So it
they
depends.
were right there.
Yeah, so they were kind of within striking range, and I think anybody within top 10 has a chance to potentially podium, depending on what happens to the top 3 or 4 in front. But when you're 10 minutes out, your chances dwindle. But if you're like 5 minutes, 6 minutes out, that's more than enough time to either make up on leg 3, where you separate yourself maybe 1.5 miles from everyone. Shell's done it multiple times.
So would you say that there is an advantage maybe, or a puncher's chance to make sure that you put your strongest 6 in day 3 and maybe reserve guys on day 2? Like, the guys you put on day 2 might not necessarily be your best guys, but if you're like in 3rd place right now, 4th place, you're going to save whoever you got for day 3. I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking a little bit. Maybe it's just one of those things you just got to go hard every day, right?
Yeah, I think most of these paddlers in Tahiti have probably gone through similar situations. Obviously, sometimes the crew changes and they find stronger paddlers, maybe paddlers not as strong as the year before, but they know how to maintain. If you're an OPT, for example, you kind of have a little bit of that control. You can kind of hold out. You've got a minute lead on, the other paddlers there. And so you kind of need to know where you are come day 2. You could lose it, right, and be a minute behind, but still have a chance to win overall. So it's more or less just making sure you are consistent, stay within the top of the pack, don't fall too far behind, and, if you can win it, go win it.
Yeah.
But you're right. It really does. Day 2 is still a strategy. Put in some sprinters, maybe create a little bit more separation between a puncher's chance, say like a Huahine, because Huahine is well known for their surfing abilities in day 3 and longevity and the distance. So, and then of course Shell, man, they're just a very elite team as well. So they can come back anytime, and
they're just right there.
But Air Tahiti is a really strong team.
Well, I really would like to know what Hawaii's canoe looks like. Okay, we're kind of watching all the crews come across here. Really kind of trying to keep an eye out for that Hawaii team. Pretty sure they're going to be the top finishing non-Tahitian team. But again, these are some of the top paddlers from here in Hawaii. And you can just kind of look at the placings that they're having here in Hawaiki Nui, and which is why we really can go on the record saying that this is the best paddlers on the world stage here.
Yeah, just kind of really looking at everything that we've been able to witness with these paddlers.
It's an all-white canoe and ama. All-white canoe and ama. Jimmy just added that in for us, so we're Hanalei Makai. Yep. We're going to get a quick look at what their canoe looks like and what we'll be looking for.
Probably from the finish, maybe a little more.
Yeah, and there we go. We see some, again, the interview is live on the right-hand side, but we're just showcasing Team Hawaii. They were, this was the middle of the channel there.
This was earlier on. They're not way out in the middle of the channel right now, folks. They're definitely closing in on the finish line. But what we have here on your left is some footage that we shared earlier from Jimmy Austin, so that now as they come across the line, all of us, and including all you folks joining us on Facebook, can help keep an eye out for these Hawaii boys as they come into the finish of day 1 here at Hawaiki Nui Wa'a.
Yeah, so we're still seeing some finishes of other groups, whether it's the junior teams or the veterans and things like that. So there's still other crews finishing
that are not necessarily in the open men's races.
Correct.
So they may have started, as we say, and you can see on the top left of your screen, the veterans, the 50 pluses, 40 pluses are zeroing in on a 4-hour mark. And so some of them are still coming across the finish line. And we're going to get a quick look at the top finishers in the men's division. This is for the long race from Huahine.
Okay,
Team
so
OPT in the lead.
So Hino Raurea was actually a men's 40.
Okay.
So they were first place for the 40s.
Okay.
And then the rest is going to be your team. So basically at this point, Enviropool would be in 5th place and then move everyone else up.
Okay.
So there you have it. That's your top 10 classmates from the big race, if you will. So again,
but I think what's important to note, sorry to interrupt you there, but look at the difference between 3rd and 4th place. So 3rd place is plus minute 45 on the winner, plus 4th place is plus 7 minutes.
Right.
And so, sorry if we can get that back on the no, never mind. Anyway, yeah. Okay, but it's really kind of you're like a minute 45 off the lead.
Right.
That's certainly, Mike, a striking distance.
Yeah, that's
right?
doable.
Yeah,
for
you're
sure.
right there.
7 minutes is
7
a mile.
minutes, things can happen, but, you just don't know sometimes, right?
Yeah, so as we see again, they just posted back up for us.
Yeah.
And as you can see right there, this is going to be, again, your placements here. We saw the time difference. Team Huahine is 7 minutes off of the lead. In order to squeeze the gap they basically need to drop 5 minutes and pray that teams 1 and 2 or 2 and 3 don't also increase their time. So
that's a lot.
Yeah,
that's a lot to pray for.
Yeah, it's just really that's why you want to be, obviously controlling the leaderboard and controlling the time that people need to push. I mean, 7 minutes, we are talking about a mile difference between those groups. So you need to close up that gap in the next 2 days.
Okay, as we wait for our gang from Team Hawaii to come in, we're going to head off to a quick commercial break and keep our eye out for them. Stick with us. We'll be right back with our live coverage of the Hawaiki Nui Va'a 2024.
Of course, it's the number one V6 we go to when we talk about the Matahina.
Maybe for Hiwi it's heavy, but for us it's very light because in Tahiti we can increase the speed, The canoe is more adapt in long distance.
When you are steering it, like you are able to manage the steer easy. She change her way very easy. I feel very comfortable on the canoe, and I love the glide of that canoe.
It was awesome to see the Matahinas do so well. They glide super smoothly. It's like cutting butter.
Inside in the lagoon or outside and in the ocean, it's a canoe that can catch waves easily in every kind of conditions. This is the best canoe right now at this moment.
For sure, the new Matahina is amazing.
Around the world and in every type of water, the Are Tahiti Matahina is at the front of the pack. Get yours at shopoutrigger.com. Zone Media is proud to be celebrating 20 years of Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, Hawaii's leading action sports program. 10 years of Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to perpetuating the sport and culture of paddling. Our groundbreaking and cutting-edge live broadcasts have made paddling and surfing spectator sports, showcasing Hawaii's heritage to the rest of the world. Zone Media is the world's leader in Hawaii-based action programming. Let us help you grow your business or sporting event. Why do the top Tahitian paddlers prefer Timi Va'a? It's the way it cuts through the high surf, big bumps, and flat water. It's a V1 that's tons of fun, and it puts more paddlers on the podium. Timi Va'a, fast by design since 1968. Get yours at shopoutrigger.com.
Nice plumeria lei, Auntie. And we're getting our final feed here, waiting to see when Team Hawaii will come across the line. Hopefully any moment now. What a beautiful setting. Look at that. Downtown Raiatea.
Yeah, when you're over there, though, it's incredible, like, how well they situate everything, putting the canoes all up in a certain spot, and just so helpful. You go to a lot of races, and, when you get there, it's just nobody's really helping.
Gone, yeah,
just everybody digs out. There's so much people just there to help, and it's just incredible,
And sure, it's kind of at the level where it's not even organized. It's just members of the community so proud that their town gets to be part of this this big deal, and they just come out there and just to kokua and show a proud face for right there,
Yeah, and then for those of you that are viewing, some of these teams, right, that are visiting, such as the Hawaii teams or maybe a California team or whatnot,
yep.
A lot of times they're not really all staying on islands. Sometimes they're on a catamaran. So you see all those catamarans that are moored. They end up sleeping on those, and that's how they transport themselves to, like, the next destination and things like that. So there's a lot of logistics that need to go in when you do travel. So when you were talking about it, that's what I was thinking about. It's like, man, we were on the catamaran, so we actually went out to a mooring area in the shallows, and we just docked it and went to sleep on the boat outside. That's how it was.
That's pretty cherry. But
Back to back.
I think as well too, from my experience being in Hawaii, being in Tahiti, they are always so excited to host people from out of town, especially Hawaiians, right?
Oh, they love it.
Especially Hawaiians, that whether you're coming with something like Polynesian Voyaging Society or part of a paddling group of paddlers, they're stoked to host you and feed you, and that that segment of the Polynesian culture is just so alive and well out there.
Yeah, you can't, the hospitality that you can receive in Tahiti is just amazing and, just so welcoming. Here on screen, we're still seeing a handful of these boats cross. We did see them being showcased earlier. This is the Banco team here coming across, and maybe we'll be seeing a Hawaii crew coming across very shortly.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll get a update from our infield reporter, James Walter Austin III. Beautiful. Maybe not. No, it would be cool. No, that's not. That would not be cool. Can't believe you're going to give Jimmy Austin a say.
So everybody's asking, real quick update. Hey guys, so we obviously, this is just Ocean Paddler TV. We're getting the live coverage sent to us by TNT TV. And we're able to just comment on what we see on screen, but giving you a better idea of kind of the strategies that's been going on, our in-depth interviews that we've had previously, and so forth. But as far as Team Hawaii, we would have loved to see them more on screen, but we didn't have the opportunity to kind of cover that. So for those of you that were following, we were told they were probably right around the 20 mark, but currently it looks like they're probably going to be crossing the finish line anytime now. So that's going to be just around maybe a little over the 4-hour mark. So definitely will be a new strategy for tomorrow and trying to put goals, right?
Correct. So we're keeping our eyes peeled for them. We're getting some reports that it's possible they may have finished already in between the different pieces of coverage. Obviously, here we go. Hawaii came in 20 right there. Yep. No, that's veteran 40s. Yeah,
no,
that's different. Sorry, Hawaii is different.
It's a veteran team, but they are considered top 20. This is just overall from Huahine to Raiatea. But big shout out to Bora Bora Va'a with Jerome from over there. Just a big shout out to you guys. Congratulations. Doing really, really well there. Jerome and Leilani, aloha. But just we saw some, again, fast times. We're looking at just over the 4-hour mark. But
yeah, so it seems like our the gang that is following our Hawaii team is on a big cat, and when you come into the pass,
you can't
the
go
race
in.
officials kind of direct you off to the sides. With those larger, less maneuverable boats, they don't want them interfering at all with the course, and so I would imagine they push them more out by where you see some of those other cats. Maybe Olivier can give us an update what's going on, but it's yeah, we're looking for crew number 647. That is the number for our Hawaii crew, but we're just trying to kind of find out exactly where they are. We can bring all their fans here in the Hawaiian Islands an update of what place they're in, and so it's we're getting a quick recap of today's events from our I guess our cohort there in Tahiti, or our Mr. Olivier and his lovely co-host, and it's great to be here with my lovely co-host, Micah.
So get all dolled up.
Yeah, do they do Halloween in Tahiti? I don't know.
Not that I know.
Yeah,
I think that's just an American thing.
Is it? Do they do Halloween? I thought it was like
Sorry,
no.
I don't know.
Is it Dia del Muerte?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you know what they do in like Mexico, places like that, or I don't know. Is it partially? Oh yeah, they said hello at the Ocean Paddler TV. Cool.
Yeah,
we're cool. The Tahitians recognize us. They're done already.
Yeah. So just so you guys know, they just usually bring the live broadcast. They try to cover up to the top 20 finishers. So from our experience over the course of following Hawaiki Nui, realistically, we would love to bring to you as much live coverage as possible. But it looks like we're going to close up for day one. So the recap, who do we got first place? Team OPT.
OPT.
Yeah.
OPT, definitely in first place. And it was great to see the separation that they had, which is going to set them up great for the next 2 races, 2 days of racing, and possibly allow them to defend their win from last year without any speculation about what could have happened if, Shelva'a didn't bonk and all that kind of stuff. And so that's always great for them to come back. But you look at in second place, it was Air Tahiti Nui, right? Air Tahiti Nui, and then Shelva'a in third place. Just a great, as they say in Tahiti, neck-to-neck battle, neck and neck battle. And just for me, I think, was watching the surfing. As always, when we've done races like Molokai Hoi, and to see the level that these guys are coming with when it comes to surfing, and how it's almost like they're in a 4-man in Waikiki.
Right.
They drop in and they just ride, bro. They just ride, and to add a little cherry on top of that was just to see the absolute glee being displayed by and it was OPT. Those guys just raising their hands, fist pump, like, this is fun. And it's hard to beat a well-trained team that is in the lead, that is having fun. You're not going to catch them, man.
Yeah, no way.
They're doing their thing and they're loving it, and they're not suffering. They're enjoying. Yeah, it's a hard team to catch right there.
Yeah, so day one kind of done, everybody, and we'll bring live coverage tomorrow. Day 2, it's the sprint day.
Wait, hold on. Congratulations to the women.
Oh,
the Hawaii women who came first and second. That's Team Hawaii, which was a bunch of the Bradley ladies and some other paddlers. And Kalahui Kai in second place. Who was it that came in third from Tahiti? Teva, which is another
powerhouse.
Great. So we're gonna see if these Tahitian women are like, hey, the heck with this. We're gunning for these Hawaii ladies. So a great showing there. And I just got an update from Marjorie Kaho'okele. She said that our boys from Team Hawaii finished 23rd overall. 23rd overall. So great performance from those guys. We'll try to bring you some live updates and commentary on our Facebook page as we get some stuff from our gang down there in Tahiti. But we're looking at bringing you a live broadcast the next 2 days. Tomorrow is going to be that sprint type race, kind of more inside and around the lagoon by Taha'a, between Raiatea and Taha'a. And then on the third day, they jump across the channel and head over to Bora Bora. And so that's the long race. Tomorrow's I'm catching on to what's going on.
You get it, man.
And so it's going to be exciting. So if you enjoyed the coverage here today, expect more of the same tomorrow. And please share with your friends, because we love having the opportunity to share what's happening down there in the South Pacific, and just really appreciate the incredible level of paddling displayed by these Tahitians. So, Micah, you want to send us out with anything? What are your thoughts after today?
Man, I'm excited. I'm ready to see the battle tomorrow. Let's get it going. I mean, everyone gets a chance to rest and recover, for those of them that maybe have to race tomorrow as well. So it's great to get done, before lunch. So it's a good time to just rest, relax. But we'll see them back tomorrow, everybody.
We're going to wake up with you. We're going to carry you through your first part of the day tomorrow with our continued live coverage of the 2024 Hawaiki Nui. Mahalo, brought to you in part by Tahiti Nui TV. And, of course, a big mahalo to our gang from Are with their beautiful Matahina canoes performing so well there today. So, aloha to all of you. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Ahui ho. Hoi pa'a.
Le départ qui a été donné des vétérans 40 et 50 ans, mais aussi des seniors 10 minutes après les vétérans.
Et puis justement au niveau de ce parcours qui entame entame les 45 km de cette première étape. Vous allez voir, il y avait 3 choix de cap différents où on part un petit peu plus en haut vers Ta'a ou tout droit ou vers le cap vers Opua. Et bien vous allez voir dans ce petit résumé, eh bien Shell a choisi de descendre un petit peu plus à gauche, cap Opua, OPT, un peu plus vers le haut, vers Ta'a, pour arriver vers cette passe de Teava Piti et essayer d'aller chercher une victoire sur cette première étape. On va le voir sur ces images puisque le départ a été donné, on vous le disait, avec les vétérans à 7h30, 7h40 pour les seniors et très rapidement à la sortie de la passe, les caps ont été choisis. Team Shell, Enviropol sont allés un petit peu plus vers la gauche